Landmarks Committee, CB1, and we're going to hear 100 Hudson Street, and then we're going to hear a double package for the South Street Seaport. And we're going to keep things brief and on topic, and let's get it started. And I'm the co-chair.
All right. Can you all hear me? This is Mark Krekel.
Yes.
I'm the architect of record for 100 Hudson Street, apartment 2E. I'm not sure, how do I end up presenting the package that I sent in?
So Mark, I just passed presenter roles to you. You'll now be able to share your screen. If you go to the top of your screen, you'll see a share tab.
Got it.
Mark, what is the work that is up for certificate of appropriateness?
We are currently renovating the apartment. We've already done an LPC application for the exterior windows. We're on the second floor. They're all large historic pivot windows that we're redoing. And for this package, we have an exterior condenser we'd like to put in the window, almost like a window unit. It's something that's reversible, and so that's outside of the guidelines for LPC. So we've put in the package to both you guys and LPC as well.
And you'll just show us a kind of before, an existing and after kind of view.
Yes.
Okay.
Do I do what multimedia, my event window? Which thing do I hit? Or just the file for my share? Sorry, I'm not used to that.
Depending where you present, what application you're using to present your application. So let's say you're using PDF.
Right.
Are you using Adobe or are you using
Adobe
Preview? Okay, so share, and then you should see
file
application as an option.
It doesn't let me do that.
Let's see. Maybe go ahead first and try to share my screen.
My screen is blanked out as well. Sorry.
Let's see. File.
All right, my file. Let me try that. Sorry, y'all. This is my first time on this platform.
Jen, can you do it? Can you share your stuff?
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, okay.
Can everyone see your screen?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay.
Okay, so this is the package we've put together for both you guys and LPC. And basically we have obviously the historic pictures of this building. We're on the second floor, which is the only floor that has the large pivot windows. So every window you see historically was a full height pivoting window. And this is showing we are the corner unit, which is at Hudson and Franklin Street. So we have kind of the short facade on Hudson and then the longer facade on Franklin Street. The top floor plan here is our unit, and the bubbled area is where we want to put this exterior condenser. The alternative, which is our non-preferred solution, which is allowable by LPC, would be we'd end up with 4 large, ugly window units, which would cause us to have to shorten the windows and make them not historic, as well as a condenser is far more energy efficient and a better solution for in terms of using less electricity and those types of things as well. And so you can see our group of windows, we have 1 set on Hudson and then 3 banks of windows on Franklin. This is kind of the current facade, so you kind of see currently these are the old windows still, and you'll see they've been cut up by various window units. They have various hoppers. Those are all going to come out. All the windows will be restored to their original historic fabric. And then this is a rendering showing the condenser box that we would like to put in the window. All the electricity and piping would come through the window frame. So this solution is reversible because there is a chance that the condo could come to an agreement and allow units to, or unit owners to put their condenser units up on the roof, but it's a condo, so whether that happens in a year or 5 years, we don't know. But we wanted a reversible solution. We're putting a painted perforated box around the condenser unit. So you can kind of see here on the diagram on the left, we have a full height window. That will pivot, so it'll work just like all the other ones. The second image down over here on the left is basically we have the support system and the condenser unit that'll hang on there. And then the third step is to have the perforated box, which will be painted to match the window frames, and that goes over it. So in appearance, it looks like a window unit, but in terms of performance and everything else, it is a condenser. What this allows is for us to not have to shorten any window or make it adaptable for a window unit, or in fact to make 4 windows adaptable for that. So in our mind, it answers kind of the requirement to restore these windows to their historic context, because it is a beautiful old building and they are gorgeous windows. And so this is really our proposal here. And so it's, from our standpoint, it has the minimal impact on the exterior of the building, less so than having 4 window units. It's reversible, meaning if we can move the condenser later, at some later point to the roof, we can do that without a problem. And it allows us to keep each one of the windows as their full height historic intent. And so here's kind of a section. All the piping goes again through the window frame, so this is reversible. And again, the alternative design was we would end up kind of with 4 window units, which means we would cut down 4 of these windows to not having them pivot, so we could actually put in these window units. So this is what we don't want to do. So that's really what we're asking the community board for, and we'll be going to LPC in January with the same package.
Okay, I have some questions. I'm just not getting what so you just did an application to put in new historic windows, right?
Correct.
Okay, what are you going to do to those new historic windows, to their frame or their glass or any part of them? Just explain that work to me.
Of the previous application?
No. Now you're going to put in a unit in that window that you just put in, which is new and matches old. What are you going to do to that window sash?
So the window sash and the glazing unit would stay exactly as they are. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but we'll bolt this structure that holds the condenser in the box will be connected to the window sash itself.
So it's kind of like on Kindorf or something. It's like it's on something. It's attached to the building securely.
It's attached
to the platform.
That's correct. It's on Kindorf is a good example of that. So it's kind of a unistrut system that's bolted to the window, so it doesn't touch any of the brick molding, the brick facade, the stonework.
Bolted to your new robust window that you just put in.
That's correct.
And then I see it extends about 8 3/8 from the face of the building.
That's correct.
So I'm going to just say, interestingly, it's kind of like the way a lot of lower Manhattan buildings like this may have been developed, where people would have, take over a half floor, a quarter floor, a full floor, and just do their own kind of thing. And normally it wouldn't have been done on the heels of putting in pivot windows to match the historic building. I don't have a problem with this per se, but I would hate to see it turn into a building that just covers every window like some crazy place in China where there's all these condenser units outside the people's windows as a solution to air conditioning a building. And I'm guessing because you're on a low floor, you can't get up to the roof with any sort of condenser piping and all the complications of that you would have otherwise preferred to do due to the condition of the building.
That's correct, Jason. And there's talk there is a lower roof that at some point they may let us put it out there, which means take this off the facade and put it out there.
Okay, so I'm going to see where everybody else stands on this one, but I'm going to say I think in the resolution, whatever way it goes, we'd want to encourage the building, although I'm sure it's complicated, not knowing the structure, to we would much prefer a long-term plan for giving people conditioned spaces in a building that may have been, converted prior to all the luxuries of today, because it would benefit the building's, the overall vision of the building from the street. And then I'll let everybody else go. Bye.
And one point I will add, the second floor is the only floor that has pivoting windows. 3 on up are all double hung. And so really it's only the second floor that is difficult to preserve the windows and do air conditioning. Thank you.
Vicki Cameron, Jason, may I ask a question?
Yeah, you go. Everybody go.
So when you say this window unit that has the condenser and it pivots, so this window will pivot with the unit pivoting, or this is a stationary piece?
The window will be built and made so that it can pivot. During the time that this condenser is on there, we won't operate it.
Okay.
But if we can move this condenser later, then the window will be back to its normal pivoting.
And I never know if it's the condenser or the compressor. Well, I know it's the compressor, but is this condenser noisy? So is your perforated box insulated?
The perforated box. The perforated box is not insulated, but this unit is no noisier than a normal through window unit.
So when it kicks in, it doesn't sound like a small engine?
No, it sounds like a normal.
The neighbors will be back. You know that, right?
I know that. It's no louder than the normal window AC unit. And we've placed it in the middle of our units, so it's away from our neighbors, and we have commercial space below us.
Is anybody else in the building here by any chance? Just out of curiosity? No. Okay, great.
I have no trouble with it, Jason. Susan.
Okay.
And neither do I.
Did you all?
What did Vicki say? What was Vicki having trouble with? No trouble.
No.
I was not just asking
No
about
news.
noise, whether a condenser compressor unit would have a noise when it kicks in, and then the neighbors will complain and burn.
Can we add something about my comment about how we'd much prefer a holistic kind of? Does everybody else in this building either are close to the roof or they use just air conditioner units?
Well, as he
window
said,
air conditioners, I mean.
Yeah, I don't have any trouble with you putting it in, but as he explained and as we saw from the picture, the second floor is very different. So than the rest, but I don't have any trouble with that either, Jason. But I certainly have no trouble with his doing. It looks better than the 4 air conditioning he has now. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
And just so you are all aware, the building has already approved this. Obviously, they matter less than getting community board and LPC on board.
But it's nice to have them agree. Go
That is, yes.
Oh yeah, they live there. It's most important. Yeah. Okay, we're good, right?
So I'm going to write in favor of it and with all the technical.
Sarah say.
No, yeah. Who else is out
No,
there?
I agree, Jason, with what you're saying. I have no trouble with what you're saying. With the holistic approach. That's fine.
Vera and Chow.
I agree with Jason and every comment made before.
And this is Elizabeth Lamry. I also agree.
Okay, so can I call it to question?
Yeah, is Rosa on our committee? Jen?
I don't know.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay,
Yes.
so call the question.
Okay.
Can someone second that?
Second.
Okay. Bruce isn't here. Jason?
Yes, Jason. Yes.
Mark? I don't see him. Okay. Vicki?
Cameron, yes.
Susan,
Yes. Oh, yes.
Eric, Kiazi, no, he's not here. Elizabeth, Lemire,
Lamory, yes.
Megan, she's not here. Vera,
Yes.
Chow,
Yes.
Roger.
Yes.
Okay, and this motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, so Jason here again, and we're going to, I guess, move on to the next topic, which is one of the two Howard Hughes / Seaport Museum applications, right? So did we pick an order, Tammy? Did I agree to that? I don't recall. We're just going to start with the John Street lot, and or how shall we do that?
Okay, so yes, we're definitely starting with South Street Seaport Museum, historic buildings, and the John Street lot. But first, we want to make some housekeeping notes because we are up to quite a lot of people to sign in and who want to speak again, and we want to make sure that we can do the best that we can to structure and organize this. So in an ideal world, we are not here until midnight again. So if you have spoken before, when we unmute you, we will ask you not to speak again. We're going to try and get to people who have not had a chance to speak in terms of public engagement. When you do speak, obviously you have 2 minutes because we have, let me just tell you in a moment how many people we have signed up to speak. So that'll give you an idea. Okie dokie. We are at 44 members of the public and board who have said that they'd like to speak. Not all will, I assume, but since it's 2 minutes per person, that's an hour and a half, the way I look at that. So there we go. And we're going to break it into two. Jason, take it away.
Okay, so who's here from Howard? Oh, Chris, I see on there. I recognize Chris. And is Chris our starter?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so Chris, take it away. Of course, don't tell us about how terrific the Seaport was too much a long time ago, and go right into maybe some of the questions that you got by the email or your overview and then that, but, we'll get to hearing from the public after you're done.
Understood, Jason. So I have about 30 slides to share, and about half of them are new images. And I was just going to give a high-level overview of what we showed before with new images that address some of the questions that came up. And so I'll start with just the very high-level overview of acknowledging that we are presenting for 2 applications on 2 sites that will be one presentation in front of the commission. And that's the John Street lot and associated museum buildings and the 250 Water Street lot. And that they are intertwined, we believe, because of a number of unique circumstances. The first being the museum that predates the historic district, a museum that has been the interpreter of the district historically with the original mission of preserving the district. And we have the district itself with its history, unique history, the birthplace of the city of Manhattan, but also overlaid with a transfer district. And so there's precedent in the district for the transfer of development rights to preserve historic structures and for the benefit of the overall district. And the other unique condition is the empty full block site, which is unprecedented in any historic district in the city by the fact that it's an entire block that is more than double the size of any lot in any historic district, open air with no existing historic structures on it. And so our proposal, and the reason that we think the sites are intertwined, is to use private development for the benefit of the district and thereby the museum itself. And that is in line with the spirit of the original master plan as put forward by the museum, which was focused on preserving the core of the district as a pedestrian core of low buildings with taller buildings at the perimeter, including 250 Water itself in the original plan. And the premise of that was low contextual bases with setback towers atop as an architectural device to pull the line of sight down to the street and not up to the towers. And so the mechanics of our proposal very specifically are to transfer the development rights, unused development rights on the waterfront today, upland to the 250 Water Street site. And that transfer is what unlocks the value and gives the benefits to the museum and the district. And to the museum specifically, an endowment so that the museum can continue to survive and thrive, as well as reopening the museum, the gallery spaces of the museum, I should say, in restored buildings at the corner of South Street and Fulton, and also, hopefully, fully approved plans for the expansion of the museum onto John Street in the second phase. And so this is an image we showed last time of the phasing of the proposal. And so on the left is the dotted line represents the museum as it would be reopened in 3 historic buildings, galleries, including the Fulton Ferry Hotel building. And then the expansion into phase 2 onto John Street lot. And if I can, if he's also set up as a presenter, this might be a time to let Captain Boulware articulate. There was some confusion last time about the phasing, and Captain Boulware wanted to articulate the notion of endowment and phasing for the museum.
So, John, you're going to speak now? Mr. Boulware is going to speak now, Chris?
Yes, if he
Yes, hello.
Unmuted,
okay.
Yeah.
Looks like I've just been made a panelist. Thank you. Yeah, so I think during the last meeting, there was some confusion at the 11th hour about sequencing. And I think there were lots of limitations around what could be said. So some of the early comments that I made were, what might have made that clearer were not permitted. But fundamentally, the plan that you see here in phasing is informed by both the museum's own history and our understanding of the cultural organizations in the city. So specifically, as we look at potential benefits that flow to the museum, we are looking at solving problems in the order in which they appear. And as you've heard me say before, the relationship between the museum and the district over time was right from the beginning intended to be that the museum was the interpreter, programmer, educator, protector of the district, of the buildings, the ships, and the piers, and the district through its various real estate operations would support the museum. One of those happened. The museum is an accomplished leader in maritime history and education. The district efforts, well-intended though they might be, never really delivered any of the funding that was intended to support the museum. So the solutions sort of in order, and Chris made reference to an endowment. An endowment is a tool for investing money that then is capable of delivering baseline revenue to an institution over time. And I'll make 2 brief points about that and then turn this back over. The first is that I think in the moment that we're in, more than any other, we're going to see a high correlation between institutions that have endowment those that are invested such that capital creates operating income at some basic reliable level, and survival. We're going to see a high correlation between institutions that have an endowment and their ability to survive this kind of the financial implications of the pandemic. That's a macro example, a critical and acute example of a more general truth, which is that endowments are what allow institutions to survive the vicissitudes, the ups and downs of economic conditions. So, and the other point is that there are good examples, and a very recent one that will be in all of our memories is the American Folk Art Museum, which built a new building and then found themselves having to give up that building in order to survive, right? So the plan for the museum is phased because that is smart, thoughtful, institutional planning. And so the binary here is that we have an institution in this moment that is, for all intents and purposes, closed, post-Sandy, not just because of the pandemic, and which has no endowment to sort of create that confidence among donors, supporters, among foundations. So we've done really well with earned income and contributed income. We've done very, very well with those, but we have not had that steadying force. So the alternative is, and this is what phase one represents, is a museum that is endowed, which means that it is stable. It means that it will never be destitute. It means that we'll have a baseline of reliable operating revenue upon which it can build. The three legs of the stool being endowment yield, contributed income, and earned income. We've done very well on those latter two categories, but the lack of the endowment has plagued us. And from that solid foundation, we then are in a position with, as an endowed institution that is open and populated with artifacts and exhibitions and education, to build on that and move into a capital phase. We will have, at that point, the design for a new building, as you see here, the control of the site upon which to build it, all of the approvals that are necessary. Those two examples couldn't be farther from one another in terms of the appeal to foundations, corporations, those philanthropists who are interested in the naming rights, for example, for a new building. So the plan that you heard proposed, which I think was not intended, at least from my perspective, to be obscured at all, is actually to phase this in a way that is thoughtful. It is informed by our peers within the city. It has the buy-in and the endorsement of, among other people, both the past and the current Commissioner of Cultural Affairs, who have a wide field of view in the city. So I'm happy to take questions. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to...
I do have some questions. Do you guys meet as a board and do you keep minutes of all these amazing plans that you're making for these sites? And is everybody on your board in agreement? Or is that something that, you guys are going and making deals, you're talking less like a sailor and more like Stevie Cohen over there with all your big financial words. And I just want to make sure that, sometimes is everybody being represented by the board of your thing and you guys are meeting and making agreements? And is that part of this process?
I'm not sure what you mean by making agreements, but I can tell you that the board of the museum meets on a regular basis, that those are formal meetings upon which the governance and fiduciary body of the institution weighs in, considers, and charts a path forward. Yes, of course, we keep minutes. We keep audited financial statements. We are actually doing excellent work as an institution.
Okay, one more question. Why has it been so hard? It's been a long time. Are there not people on mega yachts out there that want to be your, name on the building type of people? Because I don't see this project bringing those people here if already no one is interested in it. And it worries me that, you guys haven't been able to kind of get any steam with that and that you think that maybe this is your only hope. Have you guys reached out to people over all these years, all these guys who have huge yachts and said, well, we're a museum, we need your help? Does that happen, or is it more passive?
If your question is have we been successful in philanthropic fundraising, the answer is yes. And there have been numerous years in which we had, to your point, it isn't actually as logical a connection as you might think, but to your point, we have had the yachtsmen, the sailors on our boards. We've had board chairs and other trustees that have given seven-figure gifts over time. We have had serial entrepreneurship, both in programming and in fundraising. What you're saying reinforces my point that the lack of the third leg of the stool has been the force that does not allow the museum to build on a basis of sustainability, right? The funding of the endowment is something that is a differentiator among institutions. And I would welcome a deeper discussion with you on this, and I would be happy to introduce you to cultural colleagues who can, validate in the absence of me being there. What are the defining characteristics of a healthy organization? And one of them is endowment.
Okay, so I asked those questions. I'm hoping nobody else has questions about that because I want to keep it very on topic from this point on.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I do see one that popped up in the chat.
Let me just finish. We'll take that one person, but then I'm going to put my foot down, like, a person. Yes?
You've got 75 people.
Right. Okay.
Who signed in and like 40 some odd who wanted. So my suggestion would be that you go through and then for people who have a question specifically tailored to this, they are able to raise their hand if they have not spoken before, and then you do 250 water separately.
Right. We're gonna be very fair, and to be fair, I'm just gonna say, John, let's take whatever question someone has after the presentation is done. But Chris or whomever's on the team for the stuff about building buildings and not the underbelly of building buildings and needing money. Let's move on from that topic and just do things about bricks and the way things look by bulk. Okay, for both buildings. Thank you, guys.
Understood. We had received questions.
I'm sorry. Did you want me to take that question, Mr. Friedman?
No. You'll take the question after. It's not time for questions from the public.
Jason, it's Vicki Cameron. I had a question.
Yes, go for it, Vicki.
Okay. So I was here in the previous presentation for the whole 5 hours. And could somebody please tell me what is the amount of the endowment? What is the figure?
You mean the proposed endowment should this project move forward?
Yeah. What is AJT offering as the endowment?
The plan for the endowment would be $40 million, and that is a number that is specific to solving a known problem. That is I'm sorry?
Which is what?
The structural deficit, which is the term that I'll use to describe this perennial lack of reliable baseline funding over time. And that number we know to be in the range of $1.5 to $2 million a year. Thus, a $40 million endowment using standard rates of return on endowment would provide that baseline funding.
Okay, so I just want to make this clear for myself and everyone else who was here last time for the 5-hour marathon, that the John Street lot that we're seeing here rendered was not going to be built. The money was not going to be given building of this project by Howard Hughes, correct?
That is correct.
So,
as described, the museum is actually focused on doing this in a thoughtful way. And I would again raise to your attention the example of the American Folk Art Museum.
I already know everything about that. What's a thoughtful way when you don't have money to build this project on the corner, but we're seeing it? Right?
I'm sorry. I don't.
Let me just make.
Okay, very good.
We were presented a corner building who would take approximately, $1 million, $1.5 million in design fees, and then would take what you presented, 125 to 150 million to build. You do not have money for this, but you are talking about a $40 million endowment to do what with that, which is just to sustain the existing, correct?
John,
no,
give her an answer and then
correct.
Let's move on. You answer, and then Tammy's going to kill me unless we move on. So answer, and then we'll move.
Yeah, that is not correct. 40 million does not just sustain. 40 million is the defining difference between a stable organization and one that's constantly holding on by its fingernails. We have managed as an institution over 53 years to achieve international acclaim as a leader in maritime history and education, and we have been a credit to the city of New York. But in the absence of the stability offered by an endowment, the museum will not persist. So no, it is not merely to sustain. It is actually to provide a baseline from which the museum can grow, flourish and be, frankly, a credit to the maritime city of New York.
That's great. None of that answers why we're discussing filling in this block at the end of John Street, for which you do not get money from Howard Hughes. I want to make everyone understand you are not getting money to design or build this project. You're getting $40 million.
Vicky.
Okay, Vicky, it's understood. Again, Alex, I mean, these guys are going to kill me. Let's move it. Let's take a pause.
You cannot agree with me. I want to make sure. Okay.
I know. We hear you. You are being very clear.
Yeah.
Okay, but Saul, please, don't make me regret stopping it. We're going to move on to the design, okay, of any lot that you want to talk about. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And I'll just to be very clear for Vicky, and this is what was presented last time, is that if you see the dotted line around these three historic buildings plus the construction center, this is phase one, which is the restoration and the opening of gallery spaces. So renovation and restoration as phase one for the museum. So this means the museum is open to the public in phase one. And that is in addition to the endowment and the design of this. And it's important not to misquote construction prices in a forum like this and misrepresent the final cost of construction of the expansion, because that's also misleading. And so I think that so phase one is part of this project, opening the galleries, and the expansion is phase two. And so what you see here is phase one in the foreground. So reopening the museum with a corner entrance on South Street and Fulton Street. And so this, what you see in the foreground is the first phase as part of this proposal and part of what we're in front of landmarks for. And then the design and also the approval of the expansion, which is the box that you're seeing from this line of my cursor beyond. And so phase one on the right, phase two on the left. There was a question about views of the project from the waterfront. And so a couple of images, one from Pier 16, looking back, and you see the corner of the Fulton Ferry building, the Fulton Ferry Hotel, I should say, and then the expansion here to the left. And another view from Pier 15. So these images were in response to questions if we could see views of the museum from the waterfront. So I'm going to switch now to the 250 Water Street site, very specifically. So empty site today. We believe transition site at the edge of the district, surrounded by the tallest and broadest buildings in the context. But on the east face, we see the historic structures that characterize the district, the narrow lot masonry buildings that characterize the district. And that's present on Water Street on the east side of Water. And the premise of our proposal is that the historic district, historically, is perceived as a series of low, primarily masonry buildings that with tall buildings in the background. And that was the perception from within the district and also the perception from across the river of the district having a front on the water, a series of low masonry buildings off of the water, and directly adjacent, a backdrop of tall buildings. And that was the condition historically, and it is very much the condition today, as seen on the right. And so that leads to our architectural proposal, which is that first, it's an improvement to the district to infill the empty site, and that we would do that with a low contextual podium, borrowing the materials and texture and scale of its immediate context and of the fabric that we think of as the district, and then set back and atop that base are towers, and that we borrow the height of, or we pull the height of those towers 470 feet from the context of Water Street to the south of us. And so here you see down low the height of our podium in relation to the context of our neighbors to the north and south, and then the two towers atop, 470 feet in line with towers on Water Street to our south. And there were questions also in our last meeting about heights of adjacent structures. And so you see on the waterfront to the south of us, tall towers, 550, 600. Water Street, these are the buildings that I referenced. A block south of us, 199 Water, where the Cornice line is at 440. And then there was also a question about the Brooklyn Bridge Pier, which is 265. So we have in this image, you see the context of a low masonry podium, two towers, and the height of those two towers is more in line with the height of the towers of Water to the south of us. South Bridge Towers, approximately 280 feet. And that's the context that we're working in. And so now a series of renderings. This one you saw before, which demonstrates the premise that the streetscape is the important view of height. And so a Cornice line that is set based on the context allows us to have a low appropriate scale on the streetscape, and a facade that borrows scale and texture materiality from the context so that we complete the streetscape. And the towers are set back. And so here you see the image of the continuation or stitching together of the context, which is on Water looking south. And then the towers are set back atop. So the towers become part of the backdrop like 199 Water, a condition that everybody knows quite well in the district. And the same view looking north. And so there was a question about the immediate height of our neighbors. And I have an image of that as well that I will share. And so more views of our context, masonry buildings, setbacks. Here you see the 40-foot setback. I'll show you a plan of that in just a second. View here on Pearl Street. So there was a question also about a series, could we see more views on Pearl Street? And so this is a view standing just across from Peck Slip. There's the school in the foreground on the left. And so you see the continuation of the masonry, borrowing height from adjacent neighbors. And the towers are set back a different color. And so they're more in the scale of the towers south of us, like 199 Water. And so two other new views standing on Pearl Street. So here we're at the corner of Beekman, looking into the district. And so you see the context of the street wall, and that street wall steps down into the district. So the transition from the height of Pearl into the district. And another new view looking north on Pearl. We're in line with Fulton Street here. And so again, you see the scale of the context of the podium, the texture and materiality of the podium, setback, towers atop. And another view, new view on Pearl Street, stepping much further back with our back to Brooklyn Bridge. And you see the continuation of the masonry buildings and the masonry cornice lines, and then towers that are more akin to the context of Lower Manhattan. So here is a drawing in response to questions about the height of our neighbors. And so the Water Street elevation looking west, Peck Slip School on the right, Cornice line at about 74 feet. And the old Beekman Hospital, Cornice line at about 96 feet. And then across the street, we see a range of building heights. And also we see the old, or the Blue School, the old Siemens Institute, with a similar premise of a low masonry street wall and a setback to a modern structure atop. So this is the context of heights around us, and our Cornice lines at 63 feet in the corners, and then stepping up to 73. The streetscape itself, so this is a plan that we didn't show last time also of what the sidewalk streetscape is, working with landscape architect, Future Green, distinctive sidewalks, a combination of Belgian block, bluestone, existing historic streetlights, and treescape. And an important note is that there's been a lot of effort put into small-scale retail and active street frontage around the perimeter. So no big box retail. This is all street level, small neighborhood retail. The purple facade here represents visibility into the community space oriented to Peck Slip. 3 different access points to the residential lobbies, and then curb cuts only on Pearl Street so that no traffic is in the neighborhood, in the historic district itself. A tower plan. So here you can see that we have oriented the towers in a short face towards the district, and the towers are set back the greatest dimension on the north and on the south, 40 feet, so that the view shed from within the district west on Beekman and on Peck Slip has reduced impact by the towers because the towers get set back more, as we showed in some of the prior views, and 20 feet on Water Street. This also was a question of seeing the relationship of the towers to the base as an elevation, as a drawing. So this, again, this is our Water Street elevation with the Peck Slip School on the right, the Beekman Hospital, the old Beekman Hospital to the south, the street wall, 2 towers atop, distinguished one different from the other. The program inside corresponds to residential, which is in the towers. The blue of the podium is office space, community space on the ground floor, and affordable housing rentals, 10 floors in the North Tower. And so now I will conclude quickly with a few renderings. Some, this one that we looked at before, where you understand this is standing on the pedestrian walkway at the base of the pier of the Brooklyn Bridge, looking back at the district. So no blocking of any visibility or any sight lines to the district itself. And so the district sits very much with its low masonry buildings facing onto the waterfront in the context of tall buildings in the backdrop. This is a new view on Peck Slip. So standing with the FDR to our back or just under, you see the shadow here. Looking up Peck Slip, this is the newly planted Peck Slip, the masonry base, and 2 towers atop. So we wanted to respond very directly to questions about views from afar, seeing the whole tower from the waterfront as well. And this is a view from Pier 15, looking across the waterfront, the ships and piers of the foreground, and then the 10 other buildings that we know. The new museum is also represented here, and 2 towers. As we swing into the city to try to get other distance views, this is the view looking north on Water Street. So you can see the kind of entry of Fulton to the district from the city side, from the land side, and the continuation of the masonry base, and the towers borrowing very much in line with the conditions of Water Street. And the final view, and I will conclude here with, is standing on Fulton. This is another direct request to see a view from Fulton Street, so from within the district, and seeing so this is the kind of gateway entrance as people come down from Fulton subway down Fulton into the district, and then seeing the Titanic Park and the Memorial Park in the foreground, the view north, the completion of the streetscape, setback to towers, a condition that is identical to the condition behind the viewer in this rendering of 199 Water. So the context of towers is a backdrop to the low masonry buildings. And that's all the new materials trying to respond to questions about specific views from our prior presentation.
Okay, so I'm going to just at the end, right, Chris? And
it is.
Saul, you don't even want to say hello? Nobody else? We're done? Okay. So
happy to say hello. Always will say hello.
Good. Okay.
I didn't want to waste time. I know there's a lot to do.
So Saul said hello. Okay. So I'm going to say a couple things. I know that it's quick, but tomorrow we have the full board meeting, and I would love to have seen those new views or any views that you have there side by side with the way it is today and the way that you're proposing. That's really, for me, the way I can digest. That's just the typical way we do a before and after kind of in a presentation. So if after all this is done and it's not too late at night, someone tomorrow could wake up and just do that to a couple of slides before and after, so that when we're at the full board meeting, that's what some of the people can just kind of see to digest the bulk of the building. You just pick 3 or 4 views, whatever. Okay, and then I'm going to say that...
Jason, hold on. Ask Chris if he can send that to us to make sure as separate slides so we don't have to search through 200 pages.
No, Chris, can you get a guy at your big firm put together 2 things on a PDF?
Yes,
okay, all right.
We'd be perfectly happy to. And we have, we showed in our last presentation some before and afters, and so we only have the befores for half of those views, not all of those views. So the ones we have them for, we'll put those together as comparisons.
Yeah, and then we'll put them up just for everybody so that that's an easy way.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so...
Hold on, Jason, hang on. Jen, can you take down the old presentation? Because I still see it up, and put up any one of the slides that came from Chris's. Chris, did you send the presentation to CB1 yet?
We did send it earlier, or I can pull mine back up.
Yeah, I just need people to see what's current. Thank you.
Okay, so while that's happening, I'm going to relay the groundwork, the rules, and that is let everybody gets 2 minutes. No matter what topic you want to say, you're free to make your 2 minutes if you're on there. But if you have something that is, let's say, not so on topic as either the bulk of this building or the design of the outside of it, and it's something more to do with, housing standards or for low-income housing, or whatever, anything that's not about the beautification of this district in some way by these projects or lack of it, let's keep it to 2 minutes, and there's not going to be back and forth about those topics for sure. That's not happening. So John's not going to get a chance to go and talk about the vision for the building financially after someone makes a comment about the vision, their vision for the Seaport Museum. Not going to happen. You get 2 minutes. You can say whatever you want about whatever you want. 2 minutes. Let's go. First the board is going to talk.
With the board and then the public members and then the public.
Right, but I'm setting the rules for the public one more time before we go into the board. And thank you.
Could I clarify one thing? And I don't want to take questions.
Yes,
just clarify
yes.
As to the endowment, I just want to be clear. We have, as part of this proposal, earmarked $50 million to go to the museum. It is up to the museum. We did not dictate how much goes to an endowment versus phase one versus a new building, and that's up to, I think it was Jason, you asked Jonathan and his board and others to decide what the best use of those funds is for the long-term sustainability and growth of the museum. So I just wanted to be clear, it's $50 million, and 10 will go towards phase one, and 40, as per Jonathan, would go towards an endowment for the future.
And Saul, I'll ask one question, and then I'll give it to the board. What is a project projected to cost like this type of big tower building, just roughly? You have
I think as of right now, it's around, and if Adam's on, he can confirm that, but I think it's between 1.25 and 1.3 billion is the total cost.
So maybe if you took one tower away, maybe you get a better deal, or it doesn't work like that?
No,
that was a joke. That was a joke. Okay, a bad joke. So opening up to the board.
I see Vicky Kerman has her hand raised up as along. Yeah, Vicky Kerman's up.
Go, Vicky.
I wanted to ask, what is phase one? And then we have phase two, right? And I wanted to ask, once you tell me what phase one is, could you please tell me, it occurred to me now to ask about the cost of land on John Street, or where the museum seems to be, sort of ushered into. Does that land, is that land bought for the museum by Howard Hughes? Will that be purchased? Is that our land? Is that the museum's land? Is the cost of land included in this proposal of phase two? Who owns the land?
So I'll go as to the first point, and then I think, Chris, you presented in the first session phase one in detail, so maybe you can summarize it for Vicky this time. But as to who owns the land is EDC controls the land currently, and I believe we have a right of first refusal on the land if EDC were to go out to the market with the land. And as part of this concept, we have acknowledged that we would terminate our right, and we would, with EDC, EDC would transfer the land over to the museum at that point.
So you mean that EDC would transfer, the city would give this piece of land to the museum for free for $1? Or is it go to market value?
I understand that at some point, and Jonathan, maybe you can jump in here, you had this land and you had given it up when the museum in the past ran into financial trouble in exchange for releasing some debt that you owed to the city?
Right, but
that's
I know, I don't
correct.
care. That's wonderful. I'm asking you, how are we going to buy the land that you are proposing to build a building we don't have money on?
The city, as my understanding is part of this, the city would be donating the land to the museum, and the museum would have the land at that point. That's what you're asking.
So yeah, so I would like it to be in the resolution that in the document stating the city will follow through with phase two as presented, that the city will donate the land or buy or sell for $1.
Yes, that's a condition. We wouldn't do this deal unless the museum ended up with control of the land. That's a critical aspect.
Right, and then, I go back to my point. Now we have the land, we have a car, but we have no money to buy insurance, so we have no money to design or build or maintain. My second point.
Just one thing to make clear, we have paid for the design, so the design is done for the building. But yes, as to the building,
Now you're giving me, things I can't afford. Give me a condo I can't afford that pay to live there. And so the second question I have for you is that, as I'm sure I understand the difference between, financial feasibility and then walking around Lower Manhattan, being the oldest part of time, being incredibly congested with tight, narrow streets. So when you maximize your lot, and you're building right down to your property line, which means any tenant of yours, whether it be commercial or residential, utilizes the street and the neighboring streets in order to make your building work. It's really hard to live like that for the rest of us. All you have to do is go to 8 Spruce Street and see when their garbage comes out, when their deliveries are made. We literally have to go on another block. So when you maximize your building lot, instead of pulling it in, and then giving some of that zoning floor area to the community where, we can have spaces to go underneath, you're maximizing it. It's really an unfriendly gesture for the community. Can you please comment on that? You're muted.
I'm on mute. I can't comment on 8 Spruce, but I will comment on this, that we've given very clear direction to the SOM and the team to make sure that both the loading dock and the practicality of how this building would operate would minimize both traffic disruption as well as what you're saying, trash and other things. And Chris, if you want to walk them through some of the design aspects of what you've come up with, maybe that would be helpful.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good concern, and I'll address that.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Chris, my apologies.
No, not at all. It's a great question, and it's an important question on a project like this. And 2 points. One is that building out to the edge of the lot is considered appropriate, meaning that a street wall coming all the way to the sidewalk is the condition of the historic context. So not building out the street wall is not contextual. And so not understanding that we also don't want to create problems on the sidewalk, we did make a point to have all of the servicing for the project come off of Pearl Street and not facing into the historic district. And we've also made a point to pull all of the actual services inside of the building footprint. So there's a full loading dock that holds the trash, that holds all of that, those components of servicing the building in the footprint of the building and off of the sidewalks. And so in the district itself, there's no vehicular access, so no trash trucks are coming in the district itself, and on all of the Belgian block historic streets, those are vehicle free. And we do have parking. The parking lot is displaced to underground. And so the way that happens is a car comes in on Pearl, there's access to elevators, and then pulls out on Beekman, which takes them straight back to Pearl. So the premise of this, Vicki, is to try to keep vehicular and certainly service vehicles out of the historic streets and only on the primary street of Pearl, and also to keep any trash services within the footprint of the building. So there has been some attention spent to making sure that the streetscapes actually stay as pedestrian-focused streetscapes.
All right. I just want to say that, as I see your pink outline, right, I mean, elevator traffic with parking garages has its own issues, but I'm not here, to figure that out. That's what you're paid to do. I would just say that's a difficult one to do because people line up and start honking, a disaster. But when you see a pink outline, right, just imagine I'm in your little retail space. Wouldn't it be nice if you squeeze the building in so that you had a covered arcade, so there's an in-between space between your private building, your tenants, and the public street? Wouldn't it be nice to have an arcade where everything is not forced out of your building onto very narrow streets in a historic district? And I know I'm right about this, but I do understand financial constraints, that you cannot expect this gargantuan project that literally is bursting at its seams to be welcomed in our neighborhood. Pull it back, give us an arcade, give us breathing space so that we can say, hey, I'll meet you on that store. And when I'm standing there, the sidewalk is only 5 feet wide. Jason, I think I've outdone my 2 minutes.
No, yeah, you haven't, but I want to just move down the line on board members so that we get moving on this.
So much.
Okay, so who's next? Somebody.
Raise hands by other.
Francis Curtis has her hand up.
Yeah.
Am I muted? No, you're good, Francis. Yes. Oh, okay. All right. I'm not a member of this committee, and I don't have all the technical background for a lot of the things that you're discussing as far as the architecture and all that. But I'm speaking, and full disclosure, I live in Southbridge Towers, but I'm not making this request as a resident, as just of Southbridge Towers, just as a resident, a community resident. I feel that the presentation you have had very selective use, and if it's possible for you to have a view on Beekman and Cliff Street facing east, and then another view on Fulton Street and Pearl Street facing north. This project seems like it's going to put that whole area in like a tunnel, and it's going to be a big shadow. And when you walk the neighborhood of Fidei and Wall Street, there's nothing but tall buildings. In order to see the sky and see what pieces of the bridge you can see, you have to walk to these particular areas, these two places that I'm talking about, to get a view of the bridge. And I think that this is going to be an obstruction to the neighborhood in terms of the aesthetics and the light and being able to have airspace. That's it. Thank you. Jason, I apologize because I started going out of order just by hands raised because Bruce is here. His hand is up. I suppose the chair should say something. Hello, Chairman. Oh, I'm sorry. Bruce?
Can you hear me now?
Very well.
Oh, good. Thank you. I thank you so much. I was delayed through well, anyway, I was delayed, and I want to thank Jason, and I want Jason to continue, and thank you, Tammy, and everybody. I'm aware of the project fairly thoroughly, both buildings, and I don't want to cut in with the granular conversation you're having. It's just that since it is 20 after 7, I just want to catch up with myself and say that, and I know Jason has kept it on this level, we are talking about architecture, aesthetics, contextuality. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the subsistence of the museum or quotidian details in terms of Howard Hughes Corporation. We're talking about everything we always talk about in relation to the Landmarks Preservation Commission and our recommendation. That's all I wanted to say, because I know there are a lot of people who want to testify. There are a lot of people who love what Howard Hughes has done for the seaport. There are a lot of people who deeply object to the presence of Howard Hughes. There are people who love the museum and want to keep it and see this as a mechanism. Those are not what we can study. Maybe LPC will take it into consideration. We certainly want to get it out on the table, but that's not what the resolution will really include. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Who's next on the committee?
On your committee.
Well, it could be no one.
He's not able to raise his hand, but he let me know that he wants to speak.
Kramer. I see Kramer. I see Alice. Put your hand down, Bruce, so we don't.
I'm on the committee, Jason. Could I say something, please?
Yeah, Roger.
Okay, thank you. As many of you know, I'm only a public member now, so thank you for letting me speak. But I was a board member for 20 years, and from Milstein through general growth to now use solid HHC, we've struggled with this site, and we've struggled with the South Street Seaport Historic District. But I do want to just remember that when we were proposed a very large building by, I think it was Milstein Properties, we fought against that as it was in the Historic District, and LPC at that time rejected it under Chairman Todd. But we didn't want to go through this again, so we actually went to the City Council, and Community Board 1 spent a lot of time, effort, and money to encourage the City Council to set a height limit on this site. And the City Council did set a height limit on this site of 120 feet. We then had a South Street Seaport working group that Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer and HHC and everybody participated in when HHC wanted to build a very large building. I think it started off at 600 feet and then went down to 500 feet out there on Pier 17. And we were able to encourage you through the South Street Working Group to abandon that project. So now to be asked to approve in the Seaport Historic District with a zoning limit of 120 feet, 2 towers of almost 500 feet, it's unconscionable. You started with 600 feet on Pier 17, went down to, I think, 480, and we're now at 1,000 foot of buildings. And I just feel that the connection, and I do respect Bruce's point, we are here talking about the context, and it's totally inappropriate to consider 2 480-foot buildings in a 120-foot zoning limit parcel. But the connection by putting us with our friends at the South Street Seaport Museum and putting us at odds with them by throwing them $50 million, less than 5% of the cost of this development, let alone what it's worth, I think is just disingenuous. And so I strongly reject this from the point of view of context, from the point of view of not being a good neighbor. You've been in this community for 20 years. To this juncture, throw in $50 million to try and make this a difficult decision for us to make, I think is very, very poor. Thank you.
Who's next? Looking for board members. I see Mike. We're down to public. So Michael Kramer. Can someone do Michael Kramer?
I'm a board member. Paul goes.
Oh, Paul. I see Paul. Go, Paul.
I just want to make one.
Hold on, Paul. Jason, do you want me to help you identify board members? Would that be easier?
Yeah, that's okay. Sure. I'm looking, but yes, any help is well appreciated.
There you go. Paul?
Okay. I just want to make one quick point regarding the presentation, and that is that I think they made a very effective presentation showing how these buildings fit in very well with buildings outside the historic district. That is not their mission. Their mission is to build a building that fits in with the historic district. Yes, they make a perfect point of how these buildings belong anywhere else in Lower Manhattan. They'd be perfectly appropriate. I mean, to just say that the base of the building is appropriate and for everyone to just disregard the towers is sort of absurd. The towers are a main element of the building, and it should also be noted that the Landmarks Commission specifically rejected this notion of a transition site. It's very clear from in 1986, one of their decisions wrote that the size of the 30-story tower would cause an abrupt change in scale within the district, 30 stories. This is 47, disrupting the district's homogeneous low-scale quality. That the design of the proposed 30-story tower, which is located at the western boundary of the district, would relate more closely in scale and massing to the buildings outside the historic district, rather than those within, thus visually confusing the clear boundary of the district. We should respect the boundary of the district as the Landmarks Commission has done repeatedly, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I want to say in regard to what Paul just said, going back to John Petrarca, that was about 25 years ago when he was chair of the Landmarks Committee of the Community Board. He and subsequent Landmarks Committee members wanted the LPC to include in its dossier transitional districts between the liminal spaces between landmarks designated areas and non-landmarks designated areas. They made it clear decade after decade that that is not in the law and that is not to be considered. So I do not understand now if LPC suddenly on one project that, I don't know, the mayor is behind, whatever, suddenly recognizes transitional district after having said for 30 years it's not in the law, baffles me.
Okay, so we're going to move on to, I see Michael Kramer. Can we do Michael Kramer next? And Bruce, put your hand down if you can so I don't get confused.
All right, thank you, Jason. I want to bring to everybody's attention something that's been glossed over by the applicant, which is that they want to reorganize space in the Skirmahorn Row buildings, ostensibly for the benefit of the museum. They want to take away almost 20,000 square feet, and the museum gets shifted over to the east so that they can enter at Sarah Jessica Parker, whereas they want to take over the existing entrance and lobby of the museum. So my questions are two or threefold. One is, what happens to the elevator? What happens to the escalator? How do you get to the upper floors of the museum? The second question, of course, is a question of why is the museum not monetizing the value of their real estate? Why is it being handed over to Howard Hughes? And finally, what is the real number of square footage that the museum is going to be shrunk?
Chris, can you help us with those three questions? Or do you want to get back to us on any of them?
Chris can walk you through the elevators and the technical aspect of the new layout. I can tell you that the space, whatever space the museum would be giving back in coordination with EDC and the city, Michael, is not coming to Howard Hughes. It's going back to the city. We are not taking back any of the space. It's all, whatever the museum decides it doesn't need, will go back to EDC or whoever the landlord is on that space. It's not Howard Hughes. And the idea of moving it along to the ships, I think, was something that was previously discussed, I think even before I joined years ago. And if the captain's still on, he can talk about the connection between the ships and what some of the visitors, the disconnect that visitors have said they had between the ships and the front entrance and where the museum is located.
And why is the space not being monetized for the benefit of the museum?
Well, I can only tell you what I surmise.
For Jonathan.
Okay.
Hi, may I have permission to speak?
Absolutely, Jonathan. You're the only one who can answer those.
Yes, please
Thank
go.
You. So, Michael, you raised good questions. I think the objective for the museum in moving closer to Fulton and South, looks like Michael may be phasing out there for a moment at an inopportune time. There he is. Okay, good. The move to the corner of Fulton and South is actually consistent with long-term planning. It exists for decades. It's interesting that the Museum of the City of New York, as part of their plan when they were here, articulated the same thing. The visual logical connection to the ships and the piers from the building is a strong change. It also happens to be a little sort of romantic about this, that corner is not Sarah Jessica Parker. It's the entrance to the Fulton Ferry Hotel, and thus is one of the holy sites of the seaport. So our presence there would be stronger programmatically. It would be stronger from a visual and logical connection, the ability for visitors to go between the ships and the buildings. As to the topic of how much space we have, we would be going from 21 galleries, which are they're magnificent spaces, but they have proven over time to be challenging to program because they are not museum spaces. They're 19th century warehouses. And again, I reference other folks who've come in, whether it's the Museum of New York or New York Historical, not to mention board members who are architects with cultural expertise, that are all guiding that to say, okay, let's reduce that down and move forward with a plan that's phased that allows us to have new space. On your final question, you're going to be not surprised at all when I say to you, I couldn't agree more. If there's a way for those spaces that we are no longer going to be using for museum spaces to monetize those, of course we'd love to do that. And my aspiration would be to do that and use it for a cultural purpose as well. You know, can we set up a fellowship program, have artist lofts in there? Are there ways for us to shed those spaces as museum galleries and thus not have the responsibility for programming them, move forward in a thoughtful way, and also generate revenue? I'm all about it.
And is that why the escalators and the elevators have not been repaired yet?
No.
Okay, so we answered that question. Michael, do you feel like your questions have been answered for now?
Do you want any specifics of areas, Michael?
Well, I'm specifically referring to the FEMA money that was granted so that they could repair the mechanical systems in the building and get back up and running. And that's been there since 2015.
So,
find out what happened to the FEMA. Yeah, just one more time, what happened to the FEMA money?
So the FEMA money is still in play. We're actually issuing an RFQ right now, request for qualifications, for a contractor, or a designer to help us put together a program for how we use that money. The answer to why we have not expended those funds to date relates to all of the complexity between EDC, the lease modifications, these sort of endless rabbit warren of problems that relate to legal, real estate, et cetera, for the museum. At every turn, it has seemed like there's an opportunity right around the corner for us to move forward with a clear plan going forward. It was never, just to be very clear, it was never our intent to repair in kind. And I'll tell you why. The spaces that were programmed during the renovation that happened in the late 1990s, opening in about, 2002 or 3, was, I'm sure, well-intended, I'm sure thoughtful, but it didn't really work. The sort of complicated through line of those 21 upper floor galleries and the mid-block entrance has proven over time, and I'm not just talking about my 9-year tenure here, I'm talking about over the decades since it's been there, has proven to be very difficult museum space. So right from the moment of the award of the FEMA money, the thought was, okay, great, let's use this as an opportunity to pivot. Let's think about how we don't use the entrance we've got, how we use different sorts of galleries and different sorts of flow. And let's think about how we move forward toward what the museum has had in its aspirations since the early 80s, which is a modern building on the corner of John or Burling Slip and South. I mean, look, it's an irony too. If the museum had actually been successful in its attempts to build a building there, it too would have been destroyed by Sandy. But now the opportunity is for us to build a building there that is the very model of resilience and to tie it in to those precious but difficult to use historic spaces, thus giving the museum 2 legs, one historic, one contemporary, all resilient. And again, look, I'd be happy to talk about this all day, but I'm going to be quiet and
yeah, not here. We don't want to hear about it here. Okay, Michael, we gave you a couple questions. I'm going to move on to Sarah, S.E., Elba Town. Sarah. There you go. Wonderful. Please speak, Sarah. You're on the board in some capacity here?
Yes.
Wonderful. Go ahead.
I'm on a different one. So my name is Sara El-Batanuni, and I've been living down here for the past over 17 years now. And I just wanted to respond to the comment again about a good neighbor. And when Howard Hughes came in, a lot of us were resistant. We liked our Victoria's Secrets. We liked our Scarapini and our bungee jumping. And when they came, it took a lot of us time to see what a good neighbor is. They haven't, from that day, they have worked very hard within the community, more than any other developer in the neighborhood, helping our schools, helping even when we needed them for the community precinct, when we do events. They have always stepped up to the plate. So I just wanted to respond to the comment that was made that they feels doesn't feel good, it doesn't feel real. what they're trying, to do. I'm not an architect, so I can't speak on that, but I can just speak of what they have done for our neighborhood and our community.
Okay, Sarah, thank
you.
you. We're not going to do any more. Let's be architects. Let's try and put our architect hats on and stay on that course. So Alice, can you go, please? Bulk, zoning, these things, architecture things.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move to a question at a different scale, looking at the podium of the building. That will likely be covered again at the upcoming review of the draft scope of work of the EIS at the EPC committee here. But in any case, would you be good enough to describe, and this is to designers, how the ground floor of the building will address the citywide zoning for coastal flood resiliency options that are currently in ULURP right now, in terms of materials and transparency requirements?
Chris?
Yes, I'd be happy to discuss that. So we are.
And sorry, Chris, maybe throw up a few slides if you have them that allows us to kind of see.
Yeah, I will. So maybe starting here, I'll just point out that we are designing to the new increased design flood elevation. And it would be, for everybody's education, maybe it's that if you take a line, if you can see where my mouse is through here, that's essentially where the new design flood comes up to. So the new design flood elevation would put all of Beekman, all of water, underwater literally, but Pearl Street is still dry in the new newly established design flood elevation. And so we are designing with dry proofing of all of the storefronts. And so we have, and I will go to the elevation, so that means that we have flood resistant, if I can get to water, we have flood resistant glass facade. So, and that's so that we can have street visibility, and as we know for the district, into the retail. And so that way we don't have to, if we were to design to the new design flood elevation without flood proofing, then you would have a wall as you walked down Water Street, and you would not even look into the space because the design flood line is nearly at the top of a door here. And so we are designing this so that we can have storefront come all the way down to grade. And that means that this is flood-resistant storefront. And then there are barricades that are put in front of the doorways themselves to make this fully resilient. And all of the infrastructure for the building is raised up so that there is not risk of losing power or not having a resilient strategy in the event of flooding.
And is there any change in the FAR count as a result of the skirt in terms of, the current?
That's a very it's a very time-sensitive question, and we're all waiting to find the answer. The policies are being written as we speak, and so it's not clear yet what areas count and what areas don't count, and the city hasn't formalized. So there is some question if you are below the flood plain, does that area count as zoning area or not? And so that is, it is still uncertain if all of our ground floor would count towards zoning area or not. And the policy has not been written yet.
So if they do change the policy and give you added FAR because you raised the retail and flood-proofed it, are you going to add that to your proposal somewhere?
So our envelope, we are submitting this as the envelope, and so we are, and as we go in front of landmarks, as we are in our ULURP process, we are defining the envelope. So it may mean purchasing less area, or it may mean other, but the intent is not to add bulk onto the building because we are already in the process of formal reviews of this bulk.
only question is when you say it's in the process of being established, the text has been written and is being looked at. Are you? What? I'm not sure I'm understanding the policy you're referring to. That still has yet to be established.
The text of what counts towards area or not is being, as we've been told by city planning, is it's in the process of being written as we speak. And preliminary sense is that there's no discount of FAR for this site, but and that's from our direct conversations with city planning. We don't know, and they have not been able to tell us definitively yet.
Well, let's hope that when you come, I've forgotten the date, but next month to, I think it's the 7th, to the Environmental Protection Committee. Could you get that information? I think that's critical. I mean, beyond the towers, at the base, we need to know that.
It's critical to know if the ground floor counts towards FAR or not.
Yeah,
is that right?
I think we should know what how the zoning is going to affect this particular development. Yep.
Okay, so
yes, I hope I answered that. But okay, great.
Alice, was that question answered at least for now, and we'll move on to the next?
Yeah, definitely going to let it go. We've got plenty of time at the next meeting.
Okay, David Sheldon, is that you? You're next, I believe, as board members, and maybe that's it for board members. Nope. Yes, David.
First of all, for a quick note, below where it started with saying the museum had 21,000 feet, but then after the parenthetical, we never got additional. And actually, just looking at this view, I just noticed the size of the second-story windows. I do not think that is. I don't think it's appropriate in the district. I also note that while we're a pedestal, the fact is that when you add the additional two.
David, you are kind of coming in and out. So take a breath and maybe move somewhere and give it another shot. Can you try talking now?
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
It's the size of the second story. There are people standing in them, and they're only half. Assume you're. Add this on top of the podium, the tower. You have a one. It is 100, and I don't.
Am I the only person getting a bad, David?
David, it's really hard to hear you. You keep cutting in and out. I'm not sure if you want to type your comments in to either the Q&A or the chat, and then we can send them to Jason.
Yes, or we'll give you another shot in a bit. But is there anyone else on the board left? I see Vicky, you're up again, or is everybody?
Tammy, can I speak?
I do.
Can I speak?
Mark Donenfeld.
Ladies first. Tammy, unless you're a lady, Mark.
No.
Okay, Tammy.
Sorry, Mark. At this point, Chair has privilege. Sorry about that. So I wanted to ask Chris questions about the John Street lot in terms of the building and the open floor and the copper exterior. Were any other contextual surfaces considered for the exterior of that building? Chris?
I'm sorry, are you asking? Yes, I'm sorry. Are you asking about the material of the John Street lot facade?
Mm-hmm. Yes, because everything else in the neighborhood is brick and commercial, and even the representations you have for the podium are of at least brick. So what was the thought process on the John Street and how it would not either overwhelm or dominate, considering that it's metal and not brick? I had 3 questions at the first.
Totally, yes. Great question. Great debate that we have been having ourselves. Discussion that we've been having with the museum board, with staff level at Landmarks, of appropriateness for the district, and we have made a proposal not to clad the building in brick, because brick in this case would just be a veneer. It wouldn't be like the historic facades that are actually load-bearing brick facades. And we're building a full timber building, so it's a heavy timber construction. And so something has to go, a kind of veneer has to go on the outside. And so we very, I would say very proudly, have made a proposal to borrow from the construction of the ship holes across the street. And so the wooden ship holes that are clad in copper, so a thin veneer copper. And so it's borrowing from a shipbuilding idea, which is appropriate to the mission of the museum. And there is precedent for metal construction in the district and on the waterfront. Certainly the Great Ferry buildings, but also the Tin building in this district is all metal. So we borrowed from the shipbuilding concept and felt that it wasn't foreign to the district to have a metal facade, and it's also a material that is reserved to the great landmarks of the city, like the Statue of Liberty in the harbor or Woolworth or other buildings like that. So it felt like a building of material of integrity that wasn't foreign to the city or to the district, and also related directly to the ship mission, the museum's mission. That was the thought process, Tammy, and how we got there. We knew that putting brick would just be a kind of wallpaper on the facade.
And can you talk about it? The building itself has completely different scale and scoping for the windows and the portions downstairs, as well as the space within. Can you explain to me how that is contextual to any of the historic buildings? Because I looked at it.
Can you go to that page? Yeah, okay, thanks.
So the windows themselves, we took the proportion of the rest of the block. So a narrow, and the floor lines are coming literally from the historic building. So because we're tying in the museum, we're tying in each floor to the historic buildings so that you can walk from one floor to the next. So the windows align, and then we borrow the same proportion of height to width for the windows. We've added shutters, so that is something that is different from the immediate, from let's say the building in the foreground of this. We've added shutters like you can see in some of the old counting houses.
Are they operable?
And they are operable, and that was why we actually added them, Bruce, was so that they could have flexibility of controlling light in the interior.
And Chris, since the museum does not own this building, this lot, and there is no legal right now obligation of the city to give this building to the museum, there's nothing on there. My question is, by us reviewing the design for this lot, we are, after all, in an economic crisis, and the building is necessarily sold and not given to the museum, which is, in the world of possibilities, everything has a dollar amount. What part of this would therefore be required by the new owners, if any?
I was with you until the very last question, Tammy, of what part is required by the new owners.
The new owners buy the building, they decide they're not giving it to the museum, or they're giving a floor to the museum but not the whole building. They're going to, as of right, build whatever they would like to build. What part of the design that we are looking at now is required or continues? Can't they just design a different building and come back?
Who are the new owners, Tammy?
That's up to the city, wouldn't it be? If you have already said, Saul, that Howard Hughes is not taking the option to buy. That doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else won't come along in 5 years and buy the building or the land.
My understanding, Tammy, is that as part of this transaction, and Jonathan, you can jump in because I think you probably had more discussion with us, but as a condition to this, the city would be delivering this site to the museum for future construction of this building. Do you understand that?
I know what the understanding is, Saul. There is no legal mechanism that currently exists for this. And no offense intended to you or to Jonathan, I have faith that you are doing what you think is absolutely in the best interest for each of your organizations. But I'm looking at an organization that runs the city, that has made promises, that went out on press releases in regards to things from the head of EDC and a local council person that we were told that was 7 years ago. Sorry, we've gone a different direction. So unless there's a legal mechanism in place that shows that to me, it is a possibility. There is no guarantee.
So we do have somebody who can answer the legal mechanism of this because it is tied to the ULURP and Val. If Valerie Campbell can be allowed to answer. I'm
talking about the landmarks part of it, though. That's all I'm asking about, not ULURP. ULURP will come back to land use, I'm sure. I'm talking about the landmarks aspect, just landmarks.
Okay. If I can answer that, landmarks will approve a design. That design will be what is approved for this site. And in terms of the ownership of this lot, those commitments would be really come up and be imposed through the ULURP process, not through the landmarks process.
So whatever we're opining on today about the John Street lot, if sold to a different developer, we would go through this ULURP process again, correct?
If this lot is sold, you will be going through a ULURP process, and that process could occur with or without a landmarks approval, but whatever is built on this site would have to be approved by landmarks. But as Saul said, the expectation is that through the ULURP process, the disposition of this lot will be made to the museum.
Valerie, until I see something in writing from the city that tells me that 100%, it's fair game.
I understand that, but that would come through the next step in the land use review process after landmarks.
As long as we're on this theme and already somehow we've moved a little bit from landmarking, I have personally, as a resident for 32 years and as the chair of the, or co-chair of the Landmarks Committee for 22, I have heard this theme the entire time. If what then promise is made, even the narrative that 2003 was a failed or abortive design. You know, it's not like Edward Jarrell Stone's Museum of Modern Art, which needed to be expanded and expanded through success. This is one failure after another. And now we're dealing with contingencies again. We're asked to approve things that are contingent. That's all I want to say in regard to this particular conversation.
Yeah, Bruce, that's all I did. It was just an understanding, because if the contingency doesn't happen, we will be looking at the next landmark application about this lot based on what we've approved today.
Yes.
And that's what I was just double checking. Thank you.
Who else do we have from the committee or from the board? Tommy, you're done. I see Brendan. Brendan?
Yes. Oh.
Can Brendan go? Yes. Brendan, take a shot.
Brendan is one of the board members, is the board chair for the South Street Seaport Museum. He's
okay, we're not ready for you. Okay, any more?
Jason?
Any more community board members?
I'm a public member.
Mark. Yeah, Mark, go for it.
In keeping with this discussion about that started with Paul talking about the buildings being out of context in the historic district, I just want to relate something to the committee. You all know that I was working with to try to create a landmark district, a smaller landmark district within a state and national landmark called the Nassau-Beekman district. And I received word from LPC that they no longer would consider this smaller district because of all the modern changes that had occurred. And it just struck me that if you allow a structure like this to be built within a historic district, does that then open the door for LPC to say at a later date, well, you've allowed all this modern structure in, the district is no longer a viable district? And are we going to be sounding the death knell of this district by stopping this development?
Jason, could I add to that as, a long time?
Yes.
I am not aware of any precedent of this scale of LPC being asked to completely ignore the rules and regulations of historic districts as for proposals of this scale. If this were to be approved, which I'm sure it won't be because it's ridiculous, if this were to be approved, then I think any historic district that we have in New York City is open to this kind of abuse. We've got to stick by the rules. And as Paul said, there's plenty of other places to build skyscrapers. You don't build skyscrapers in historic districts that've got 120-foot height. Thank you.
Jason?
Yes, Susan, please go.
I've been very quiet. I think Roger, Paul, everybody, ad infinitum, we talked about this before. I want to say this is an absurd proposal. I know people work very hard on it. I'm not saying any of that, but it is totally out of everything we have worked towards and what this seaport represents and this historic district. It is just beyond the pale. And I just felt I had to open my mouth and say that. Sorry.
Okay, so Susan, is that the last person? Rosa, I see Rosa on here now. Rosa, can you go?
Yes, hi, thank you. I actually don't understand why we're being presented with a new Seaport Museum building at all, given that the museum doesn't have control of the land nor the funding in place to build the project. So
thank you, Rosa. Thank you.
When and if those elements are in place, that's when we should have this review. Not now. I personally, I think the building looks great. It's interesting, but this is not the time to have this discussion because you don't have the property and you don't have the money. When you have the property and the money, we talk. So that's it regarding the museum. The 470-foot height of the proposed towers, I think we can all agree is not contextual. is not, in line with the historic nature of the Seaport area, and which has a very, very clear zoning height limit of 120 feet. If we can all agree on that, then why can't we just move on to the real question, which is, are we as a community willing to take, the encouragement / bribe of the support of the Seaport Museum or whatever else Howard Hughes is offering, to basically say we're fine with going over the 120 feet. I'm not saying it's good or bad either way, but that's essentially what it is, right? So, but it's not, it's just for the purposes of the conversation tonight, it's obviously not contextual. I think we can all agree on that. And maybe it's more a land use question than a landmarks question. I do think that the base or the podium of the building is actually contextual for the most part. At least the envelope is up to a height of 20 feet, or 120 feet. But beyond that, that's a different conversation altogether. So those are my comments.
Okay, Rosa, and then I'll just follow up with a comment that actually kind of a fact, but I guess people have opinions. Contextual in this area of the city would be a 5-story building, so it doesn't even come close to in terms of like street walls. So most buildings in the district are 75 feet to 5 stories or around that area. Not 125 feet. You find very few 125-foot buildings in this block radius. Okay, so who's next from the board? Are we going to actually go out and talk to the community on this one?
Please mute if you're not speaking. I keep saying that there are all kinds of kids and family and everything in the background. There are many people on this meeting.
We have Mark and Pat. So I'm going to. And Vicky, are you still asking a question? Or are you done?
No, is it okay if I just add a comment to Alex?
I want to see Pat. Pat hasn't said anything yet. Let's give her the floor. Okay, Pat, go.
And I may have missed this because I just stepped away for a little while. Last meeting, we had Linda Lachey asked for a light and shadow study. Have we gotten that information?
I have not received that. Jennifer, Tammy?
I think that's coming probably with the environmental impact in January would be my expectation.
Well,
we did ask for it in result to this, but it has not come. No.
When do we expect to get that?
Adam, that's for Adam or Chris to answer from the applicant.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna be fully studied during the environmental review process, which is going to be ongoing through this, from the scoping, which will wrap up in January throughout the spring.
I think it has a big, us in that light and shadow study will have a big determining factor. I mean, I think most of us think it anyway, but it will give us an idea of how everyone who lives around there, works around there, is going to be impacted by those huge towers. So I would try to rush that study through if I could. If I were you, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, Pat. Okay, so we did Pat. Thank you, Pat. And then I see. Okay, I just want to hit anybody who hasn't gone once. So Mark, you count as someone I don't think that's spoken yet. So Mark Amaruso.
Thanks, Jason. I think we kind of glazed over, but Mark Donnefeld's point about the transformation of the historic district and others. So I think we should comment on this, and we really need to beware of the conniving bureaucrats who basically have a long game here to demap this as an historic district. Death by 1,000 cuts, and it's not only here; it's all over the city. So we can state something about that. I assume more diplomatically than I just said it. As a whereas somewhere, I'd appreciate it, and everything else that everyone else said, I agree with 1,000%.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so Mark, you're going to put your hand down. Vicky and Pat, are you Pat? Just say if you're done or not, because your hand's still up. Okay, you're done. Vicky, go Vicky. Go Vicky.
I wanted to ask Alice to follow up with her environmental committee. Now, I'm to understand, so if we have 250 as an empty piece of land or a broken base, meaning that there are several penetrations rather than a block, when you do flood proofing, right? Now, I'm not an engineer, but I gather that, when water cannot penetrate, then it builds up volume. And so in my experience, on the narrow street, there would be a rise in water, there's more velocity, and then we've had to put sump pumps everywhere as that water rises. So I would ask Alice, I thought that was a good question, and if she could pursue that when they talk about that next.
I'm going to just jump in there. Of course, Vicki, I'd be happy to. In fact, I think we'll invite DCP to that meeting so that they can speak to the zoning for coastal flood resiliency. Thanks to George James, terrific city planner with us, helping us. He was able to answer the question, and I just want to make sure that this might be acknowledged in the committee's conditions tonight. It's just that if the designers can approve the ground floor, as they've said, they will indeed be able to omit a portion of the floor area from the calculation. And the proposed text is written, but it can change because, of course, we're reviewing it. It's a zoning draft. But the proposed text in question would allow that a dry-proofed ground floor be exempted. In other words, ground floors to be exempt of space within 30 feet of the street wall. So you could measure 30 feet deep on all sides of the ground floor of this building, if I'm understanding this correctly, and the floor area of that area would be exempt. So it's just something to be aware of. We'll look forward to following it up, but I just wanted to answer that to, a little bit more comprehensively.
But what you're saying, this is the same question as before. In other words, that they would have the opportunity to add that FAR elsewhere. Is that the question?
I think that's implied in this, yes. Yeah. But as they've stated, the landmarks will be seeing what they're seeing here as, the volume as it's proposed.
Okay,
anyway,
Alice,
I don't want to take more time on that, thanks.
Put your hand down, Alice, if you're done. Brandon, are you done, or is that an old hand? Say yes or no. That's a silent no. Yes, so you're not up. Brendan, so now can we take it to the public? Tammy, what do you think?
I got it. I'm ready to go. We've got a long list.
Were you asking? I'm sorry. Were you addressing me, Brendan?
Yes, Brandon, your hand is still up. Can you put it? You're done, right? You're done speaking?
I have not spoken, yes.
Oh, you haven't spoken. Okay, but you are.
Brandon?
Yes, ma'am?
Would you like to allow other people who have not spoken from the public, including some of your other board members like Ernest, who had not had a chance to speak from last time?
Ernest to speak, yes. And I haven't spoken either, by the way, but I would love to have Ernest speak, sure.
Awesome.
Ernest, 2 minutes, please. I have one of those little chess clocks here, so go.
Sorry. Jen, can you unmute Ernest, please? He's in the attendee section.
Sure, one moment.
Thank you. And then
Tammy, do you know how many people are on the speakers list so far?
I do, and we're going to try and alternate as we go. So we get to hear from the widest variety of people possible who have not spoken before.
Is it still
Ernest?
So, good evening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ernest Tullerson. I'm on the board of the South Street Seaport Museum, and I've lived in Lower Manhattan for nearly 40 years. My wife and I raised 2 kids here. Obviously, I think this committee, the board in general, is familiar with the museum's landside and pierside assets. I think they're essentially what helps make the historic district come alive. As a South Street Seaport Museum trustee, eager to rebuild the museum's sources of recurring operating revenue, I have an interest in the community benefits fund that will be created if 250 Water Street is ever developed. Now, should a viable, appropriate development proposal emerge from the ULEP process, the South Street Seaport Museum and affordable housing should be the primary beneficiaries of a pool of funds earmarked for community benefits. As a long-term resident of Lower Manhattan, I also believe that a community benefits fund should finance the creation of more space for active recreation. Think about what they have at Battery Park City, and the implementation of a Barcelona-inspired approach to shared streets, reimagined public spaces, better ways of handling garbage, and other elements of our New Amsterdam streetscape. Now, you might wonder, given the mandate of this committee, why I would underscore the community benefits package. But rethinking and rationalizing the use of public space, south of Chambers Street and east of Broadway, is absolutely essential if we want to make the South Street Seaport Museum's existing campus and ships visible and legible. Embracing the ideas outlined and make way for Lower Manhattan would be a great start. In short, the livability of our world south of Chambers Street and east of Broadway could be enhanced and transformed by using a community benefits fund to prioritize two smart investments, making the South Street Seaport Museum a stronger cultural institution and building affordable housing.
Thank you. That was nice and right under 2 minutes. So is that, you started off the talking about non-board members. So then Alice, can you just help me or Jennifer how we start all the other public people?
I got it.
Okay, great.
I got it, Jason.
Is
We're going to go.
be allowed to speak?
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, someone else can speak for 2 minutes, whoever's next. Who was that?
Emily.
Love it if you would hear from the chair of the board of the museum.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Chair of the board, go, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello, do you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Great. I am Brendan Sexton. I am chair of the museum, and I'm so happy that you heard from Ernest, one of my most valuable board members and near neighbor of this site that we're discussing here today in our museum. And I would like to say that last time, every member of our board came to speak at the first hearing on this item, and I was very sorry that they couldn't all speak, but I'll try to represent their views. We are at the museum on the cusp of either a new life or desultory fading into oblivion. The proposal to give the museum, grant the museum $50 million, $40 million for endowment, so that we don't die drowning, and $10 million to start the process of phase 2 and start the process of the new building everybody's been talking about, is tremendously important for the museum and its future, and it is the future of the museum. We don't really have a future otherwise. We have more than 2 generations working of faltering, stuttering, stumbling, non-feasible museum programs. This is a way to move forward, and I want desperately to move forward. The museum can be the real asset for the district that it was meant to be. We are what distinguishes this neighborhood from every other office park in Manhattan, and we want to be that, and we love being that, but we will not be here if you choose a parking lot over a development proposal that yields benefits to us. That is the simple truth. Appropriateness of design is important, but appropriateness of this choice must relate to what happens if you choose no. If you choose no, what you'll be left with, a parking lot, and out of scale, wrong way out of scale. Transportation based on fossil fuels, if that is the choice, you must recognize what it means for the museum. The South Street Seaport District will not be the same as you all hoped for when you moved here or invest in here and bring your children up here. Without a museum, it's not a district at all.
Sounds good. Okay, so now, Tammy, you give me, or Jennifer, you let's go down the list. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna go in this order. Ernest, if you could take your hand down, please. We're gonna go Emily Hellstrom. She's first, followed by Betsy, and then Todd Fine. And after Todd will be Stacy.
Emily, whenever you're ready, you can speak. Great. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Emily Hellstrom, and I'm a co-founder of Children First, which is part of the Seaport Coalition. I was picking my daughter up from Tech Slip last Tuesday and bumped into a friend I hadn't seen in a while. We started talking about the neighborhood. And when the topic of 250 Water Street came up, I expressed my extreme dismay that the Howard Hughes Corporation would think that they could break the rules that everyone else is following by building 2 470-foot towers in our historic seaport. He quickly said, "You know, it's a done deal, right? It's signed off on." I sighed and frowned and left it there. As a heavy hitter developer, I knew that they definitely had the upper hand. After all, I had been called into a meeting once with Saul Scherl where he offered up monetary incentives for the school in exchange for support. But as I walked down the street with my daughter, I couldn't help but think that this is the very reason that people get cynical. We are asked to participate, to vote, to volunteer, to take time and weigh in at community board meetings. This community created the first historic district in New York City, and that means something. They protected it through the years and nurtured it, and it means something. The Community Board 1 initiated a 2003 downzoning, and that means something. When multiple dozens of concerned citizens come together to create a plan to save this district while saving the museum and creating mandatory inclusionary housing, it means something. And I feel hopeful that Community Board 1 members who spend their volunteer hours in thoughtful contemplation of this plan will see that this is not only a monstrosity, but that there is a better way. Saying this is a done deal is a cynical ploy to intimidate the neighborhood. Historic districts mean something. Please vote no.
I have to interject just on a technicality that the first New York City historic district was the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, but that's just a technicality.
This is right behind it. This is right behind it.
Right. I think we need clarification. Are you saying that Saul Searle or Howard Hughes Corporation, in effect, bribed you that they would only give money to the school if you supported their proposal?
No, they did not offer money to the school. They came into a meeting and said, what do you need for your school? Do you need, I hear the theater is, the gym is not big enough and things like that. Do you need something?
If I could clarify, because I think my reputation here, let me be really clear here. I've never offered anything in exchange. What I've said is we're planning a building there. And is there something that you would like us to plan as part of it? I didn't say in exchange for you voting in favor of it. And I also don't appreciate that people call it a bribe. It's not a bribe. Bribes typically are things people do behind the scenes. What we've offered to the museum is public and forward all open disclosure. So I just keep the tone in a positive way. I think it's more helpful than Emily, who I understand doesn't even live in the district. So I'm not sure why.
Saul, we agree with you anyway. Yes. And by the way, Saul and all those guys there before Saul have given money to the school for whatever reason, not nothing. Let's move on from the money thing. And I agree. Don't throw words around like bribes, but let's move on. Let's move on.
And just for the record, Emily did not say those words. That came from someone else.
Bruce said that. So let's get off that topic.
I apologize. I didn't mean that Emily said it. I apologize to Emily.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that I cast aspersions on you. I feel like this is very, very important to our neighborhood.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Exactly. All right. We're going to go to Betsy Neville. And Betsy, I'm really sorry because I know I'm not going to say Shaneholz. Did I get that right? Neville Shaneholz?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
It's Betsy Neville. I didn't know I was speaking, actually. All right. The only thing I really want to say is that I know from looking at shadow studies that I've looked at online that with this building going up, the entire neighborhood will be living in shadow almost 365 days a year. The two schools will be completely shadowed, and it really will be very difficult for these children to get a good education with no sunlight coming in their windows. The other thing is, as I look at some of these renderings, and I know SOM is a very prestigious firm, I find that some of the streets appear to be very much wider or a little wider than they actually are. And when I look at all these renderings that are showing from the street level up, I never see the top of the towers. Not one, except for a far off drawing, am I ever seeing the tops of these towers. That's because they're so tall that if one is standing down on the ground and looking up, that they'll really be looking at like skyscrapers. And to call the buildings across the street of Pearl Street, St. Margaret's and Southbridge Towers, tall buildings, when they're Southbridge is 27 stories high and St. Margaret's is much shorter. Well, you called St. Margaret's broader building. It's just it's counterintuitive to these towers that are going up 470 feet. So I really hope that, considering these buildings have no contextual value to the neighborhood and will really be a detriment, regardless of what amenities they can bring to the seaport, I'd like the museum to consider that we move these air rights out of the district and they get their $50 million that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
We're moving next to Todd Fine. After Todd Fine, I don't see Paul Hovitz's hand, but I know he emailed me, so we'll do Paul after that.
Yes.
Okay.
The Washington Street Advocacy Group, which focuses on preservation in the Little Syria neighborhood, supports the preservation of the South Street Seaport as a low-rise historic district. We asked CB1 to oppose any zoning changes in the district that would permit towers above the already compromised 120-foot level. We are also very concerned about the revelation that a prayer for something like the Pearlman South Street Seaport building is necessary for this heavily subsidized government scheme to be achieved. I submitted additional comments on the risk of this proposal for the preservation regime in general. It would validate a new scheme for real estate speculators to profit through sustained long-term political lobbying to weaken historic district protections. It would also validate the continued outrageous leveraging of air rights transfers to for-profit entities as a way to avoid a reasonable tax regime in New York City and New York State. If there's any chance that this board is going to endorse this billion-dollar scheme with significant government money support, can we also have a conversation about this slapdash faux historic building on government land influenced by architects who are also working on the skyscraper? I don't agree with being blasé about the John Street's design as well if we're being forced to consider it. Because the air rights regime and EPC are public entities, there's no reason that Howard Hughes should have such power over the design of a future museum building. And we should have more say. What era does this new building represent? Why was this era chosen? Could it be more linked to the early years of the seaport? What does the exterior of the John Street building hope to communicate about the many centuries of the seaport's history? Were experts and historians involved in this design? What preservation consultants were involved? Do we really want something just generically contextual that is kind of just slides in to be the centerpiece of this museum that we are gambling everything on? Why is the ground floor not contextual, as well as this painted sign and this goofy hand? Of course, the Water Street building is a problem. The John Street building is also a problem. And pictures should not, to impress politicians, should not be enough to validate our approval. Thank you.
Nice. Okay. Who's next?
Paul Hovitz is next.
Paul, do it.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you for fitting me in. I know this has been crazy. I want to wish you all a very happy holiday and thank the board members for their contribution to the community. I know what it's like to take time from your family to do community work. I'd like to be clear that the Seaport Museum is the linchpin of the historic district, and the Save Our Seaport started out as Save Our Seaport Museum. I am really very surprised at some of the board members who stood up for the museum and now have turned their back and said, well, we don't care if you're there or not. The importance of the museum is the key to the historic district. Then I'm going to move along because I know this is not necessarily landmarks. However, I think it's important to say that the only affordable housing that we have seen in this district comes from this offer. Southbridge Towers removed 1,651 units for money's sake. And we tried to stop it and just got death threats from those who could only see the dollar signs. The diversity of our neighborhood will certainly be enhanced by having these truly affordable apartments for middle-class folks that we see is not available anymore, not at Southbridge's market value. So I just want to say one thing. The idea of removing or moving historic district air rights from the historic district, we've tried to do this for 2 years, and the city has consistently said we are not going to establish a precedent by doing that. So the people who are saying, let's sell the air rights to someone else, that is not going to happen This is once again making promises to the museum that cannot be fulfilled, and we know they can't because we've tried for 2 years to do it. I thank you all for your time, and I wish you a very happy holiday.
Thank you, Paul. Who is next?
Happy holidays. It's Stacy Shub is
Go ahead,
next,
Stacy.
and then Jerry Hahn.
Stacy, you're up.
I like that. I like that sound.
Since she's having technical issues, let's just keep going. We'll come back to Stacy because I know she wants to speak. She's already said something.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, Stacy, yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, sorry. I'm speaking on behalf of people who have sent in a petition to us with comments. Over 6,100 people have signed our petition, mostly community members, but also from visitors, preservationists, nautical enthusiasts, half New Yorkers who treasure the jewel that is the South Street Seaport Historic District. The comments below have been sent us to be entered into the record. This area was deemed a historic preservation district for a reason, and that reason alone, it should be left intact. Simon Knowles. Respect the historic district's character and the history of New York City. If there was ever an obvious place to enforce zoning building heights, it's here. John Martin. The Seaport District is one of the few places in Lower Manhattan that is not hemmed in by tall structures on all sides. It's imperative that we keep the district low in height to preserve the character of this collection of late 18th, 19th century buildings. This tower will dominate and be visible from every square inch of the historic district. We cannot let that happen. William Radenbush, this project is literally in the flood zone. Enough is enough with the destruction of anything resembling a livable city. David Feiner, the special zoning for the South Street Seaport area was passed by a unanimous vote by the City Council, our current City Council member Margaret Chin, Borough President Gail Brewer. They can protect our neighborhood and historic district by just opposing this during the ULUP process. Shannon Anderson, we attend school at the Blue School across the street from where this building would be erected. It doesn't belong in the quaint area of the seaport. It's a historical area, and we need to help preserve how special this area is. A huge tower would dominate the area and change the entire feel of this neighborhood. Susie Feiner, please don't take away such a historical site. It does not need to be enhanced. Let my children experience history and not metal and glass.
How many signatories are on that petition?
6,100 and change at last look.
Wow.
Okay, wonderful. So next person.
So I'm actually taking a look at who signed in and who just has hands up. So now I'm going to correlate back. We'll do Maria Hoberge. I apologize, or Burge, if I don't pronounce that right, Maria. And then after Maria, we'll do Kerry Shanley.
Okay, Maria, your turn, please.
Jen, can you unmute Maria Hoberge?
Maria Hoberge. Can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great. Hi, so my name is Maria Hoberge. I've lived here in the financial district and Seaport for over 15 years. I have 2 kids in school, one at Pexlip and one is now at LMC. I am also a small business owner on Front Street. And I'm a hardcore Five-Eye Seaport-loving resident of the area. It's everything to me. I've lived in New York City for over, say, 30, 40 years, and I just love it so much down here. It's my favorite part of the city, and it's a little secret that I want to preserve forever. But I want to take the Seaport Museum out of this. Someone earlier said to take, the Seaport Museum out of it, take Howard Hughes being a good citizen out of it, and look at the architecture, and look at what the building kind of provides for us. So as a small business owner, I want to tell you that businesses are dying and shutting down. I feel like I speak for a lot of people down here, besides the people who have been speaking, but I think that this is progress. I like the building. I think they gave us 3 choices, and the 2 towers, I think that it looks great. Some people don't want their views blocked, but I think it looks great. The people at the Blue School, I feel like, they're transient. They're going to be there for a few years, and they're going to leave with their kids. So it casts I really kind of feel like I have a counter argument for every kind of opposing thing. A lot of people are saying the Seaport, why are you going to bring this building in? It's going to ruin the area. But guess what? Just, the next block over, One Seaport Square or whatever it's called, that big building, no one said a peep about that. I'd rather look at a beautiful building, a beautiful, considerately, constructed and considerately designed building than, an old rusty parking lot with the pavement all skewy and rusty fencing, rusty metal fencing. Besides the fact that, Howard Hughes has been a good neighbor to us, they really kind of maintained what we think of as the core of the seaport, and they've really tried to bring in businesses that make sense to us. And they've, they have brought in businesses that make sense to a lot of us. Maybe not the people on this call, but for me and my friends who live here, whose kids go here, whose kids go to school here, I feel like I'm speaking for a lot of people who are not represented on this call. I think there are a lot of people on this call that are very, very.
Sorry, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, I just want to say one more thing, which is I have a Instagram called Fide Living, and I just did a poll for the building, and currently I said, how does this building look? Do you like it? No or yes? And it's 80% yes and 20% no.
Okay, so that's good.
I am sorry, but we're going to hold tight to the 2 minutes because we keep our going. Next, we have Jen. Who do we have next?
Carrie Shenley.
Okay.
Excuse me, since we literally have at least an hour and 15 minutes of testimony, I would ask that after 2 minutes, the speaker be muted, not just one more thing.
Exactly. That's exactly what Jen's trying to do. And before, Carrie, just before you go, if anybody's wondering, the chat is not live because we don't preserve the chat. So you can chat to the host if you have a question, but understand that she's also running the mute button. Carrie, you're up.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. Okay. I live at 117 Beekman Street, and I have for more than 2 decades. If you look at any of the drawings that have been presented, you will see that there's not been a drawing that really shows the effect that will happen in our building. The specifics, since we're supposed to be focusing on the architecture and not other factors, I will say a couple things. One of the things that Chris had mentioned, I believe it was Chris that had mentioned, that the drive out spot would be on Beekman Street. If you look at where our building is and Beekman Street itself, you cannot even have a large truck or a bus go down that street because it is so narrow. So you have also the concern about what could happen to actually our structure while this construction is going on. In the drawings that were presented today, our building was described as being a large building. It is not. It's 96 feet high. It is a small building. It is going to be enveloped by this development, not only from the use of all of the utilities, but also the land, the air, and talk about shadows. I think that I will now be being in a historic building, a landmark building.
Someone mute.
We are going to
keep going.
Sorry. We are essentially going to have major issues on Beekman Street, and that seems to be one of the only streets besides Pearl Street where there's going to be essentially traffic moving in and out, and it's going to be overwhelming. So not only the height of the building, but just think of the thousands upon thousands.
We're going to take your height being an issue, and that's something that we'll address in our resolution. Next person.
We have Anna Frankel.
Hi, this is Anna. Can you hear me?
Yes, Anna, we hear you.
Great.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time tonight. My name is Anna Frankel, and I'm the VP for External Affairs at the South Street Seaport Museum, and I'm testifying in support of the appropriateness of this project as it will help preserve the character of our historic neighborhood. I joined the Seaport Museum in February. Just a handful of weeks later, we closed our doors to the public and moved to working from home. Since then, the staff has shrunk from 100 employees to 18. The budget's been cut in half, but even with the limited resources, we've continued to preserve our historic ships and buildings and have found new ways to interpret them programmatically. We redesigned our website where you can now find behind-the-scenes access, video resources created for New York teachers, and near-daily highlights from our collections and ships across our social media channels. Tours of our historic buildings and maritime lectures, as well as the popular sea shanty sings, have gone virtual, attended by over 2,000 local and international participants this year alone. We presented a series of 9 open days outdoors between August and October to welcome back over 4,000 visitors to Wavertree and to Down & Co., all for free, many of whom were discovering the museum for the first time. I hope many of you were able to join us then. If we can do all of that during COVID, I can't wait to see the impact of our work in action with real resources behind it. When we have working elevators and escalators and can publicly showcase the gems in our collection, to see kids from across the region sail on our schooner Pioneer, to grow our membership base to thousands, to gather at our next community celebration on Wavertree, and to attract the level of private and foundation philanthropic support that will be encouraged by stable finances and a healthy endowment. This institution preserves the historic character of our neighborhood, as well as the skills that built our community and our nation. If we lose this museum, we likely lose all that connection to the past. That would be deeply tragic. I've been deeply moved by how the Seaport Museum has been able to keep coming back after every crisis it has faced in its first 50 years. We have the opportunity now to lay the groundwork for the next 50 with recurring, reliable revenue presented in the 250 Water Street proposal. No other cultural institution in the city has such a lifeline on its horizon coming out of the pandemic. I hope that you'll stand with me in support of the South Street Seaport Museum and in favor of this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Jen, can you put a slide up of the other site? I know we all know this John Street. Can you throw, or Chris, whoever has the rights to change it to just one view of 250 Water Street, please?
Sure, Chris, if you can go ahead and.
Yeah. How about so leave it on that for now, Chris. Okay.
Okay, up next.
I'd ask you to change it to another slide, but
it's got to be the slide with the full building if we can.
Okay.
And just for the next few speakers, we're going to go Lynn Ellsworth, and then Ankar Salal, one that shows the whole building.
There you go. Leave it on that, and then that's good for now.
Hi. So, Lynn, your mic is open. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Lynn Ellsworth. I'm chair of the Tribeca Trust. And can you hear me okay?
Hi, Lynn. We hear you great. Thank you.
Okay, great. And I'm also co-founder of the Alliance for a Human Scale City. I'm speaking in both capacities. I already submitted written testimony, and I'm just adding it to it now based on what I've heard today. I want to remind everybody that the Rebney and the Rockefeller family had long foreseen extending Wall Street through the seaport up to the Two Towers area. And this dream seems to be finally coming true with this kind of project. I think that also there has been an effort citywide in my written remarks to erode the context of historic districts. This is happening in Soho, BAM Historic District, Seaport. It happened already in Tribeca. It's several other cases, and I feel like this is one more, and it's a very disturbing trend that needs to be fought back. What we're seeing is the incremental destruction of the context of an historic district. As someone else here said, death by 1,000 blows. It's very incremental, but it's a deliberate strategy. So that,
not
right.
blows.
And then we don't need to interrupt. That's fine.
Yeah, Paul, you mute yourself. I think that's Paul Hovitt.
And then finally, what happens when they do that is that the towers become the context. And it's a pretty despicable strategy and needs to be fought back. And last, I just want to say that it's really unacceptable. I chime in with everybody else that to dangle $40 million as a quid pro quo to a museum like the Seaport Museum in exchange for sort of towerizing the area and thereby destroying the historic district context is really despicable. And, you know, it has a situation where a rich developer decides the life of a museum rather than the marketplace of museum goers who are clear.
Let's continue.
We lost you there, Lynn, but she published and sent her stuff in, so we understand she's against it.
I have to ask a structural question. Is Jen timekeeping and muting after 2 minutes? That is my structural question.
Yes.
Okay. And also, can we please mute, as I said, if you're not speaking? There's a continual counter narrative every time someone speaks.
Yes. All right, so next is, he's already unmuted, or he or she, I apologize, Ankur Dalal.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the proposal at 250 Water Street. First, I want to comment on the aesthetics of the proposal. The current site sits empty as a parking lot, which is, despite what others may believe, ahistorical and not appropriate for the context. The proposed buildings, I think, gracefully rise from the lowest buildings by the water to the taller buildings of the larger financial districts, and I think it fits in beautifully. I really like the aesthetics. Second, I want to comment about how this proposal furthers the purposes of the Landmarks Law. Despite what some committee members may think, the 1965 Landmarks Law states that the purpose of the law is not limited to aesthetic concerns. So I strongly object to the committee's framing that we should not address affordable housing or other issues, particularly because, of course, the committee itself saw fit to talk about the affordability of million-dollar condos here, or about trash collections, or about how their light or views might be effective, and how it makes them feel bad to reject a proposal that would hurt the museum. Instead, the Landmarks Law says that in addition to aesthetics, landmarks and historic districts should strengthen the economy of the city and promote the welfare of the people of the city. Currently, this is an empty lot that contributes little economically, and it will be transformed into new housing that will house new residents who can contribute to our economy. As a large, open, and developable site near transit, building housing and affordable housing here will promote the welfare of the people of the city. We are in an affordable housing crisis, and we need as much market rate and affordable housing as we can get. Finally, I want to speak in favor of the developer's proposal to provide funds for the Seaport Museum, which really is the linchpin of this neighborhood, and I'm so happy that they're giving $50 million to them. It is not a bribe, and it is not a quid pro quo. It is something done openly, and it is a benefit to the community that we get in exchange for this building. I think it is a completely reasonable and fair exchange, and I urge you to accept it. Thank you.
Again, I have to interject a technical matter since I was involved in the 50th anniversary book of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. It is true that the original legal designation for LPC included matters somewhat more broadly than pure aesthetics, and on the community board level, it's even broader than that. But specifically, that law applied to interior landmarks, exterior landmarks, landmarks districts, and here's the distinction, individually designated cultural landmarks like the stone wall. That was the distinction.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Moving on. I think we've got two more. I'm trying to go odds evens, as you can tell. We've got Caroline Miller, Terry Brady, and then Linda Hellstrom.
Okay. Caroline Miller, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go on.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a resident of the Seaport neighborhood and a member of the Seaport Coalition. Others have been very effective in explaining how insane it would be to support as appropriate a project that's 4 times the allowable height in the district and 5 times higher than any other existing building. But we have Cooper talk about the 250 Water Street building as the continuation of the masonry and the appropriateness of the pedestal to the contextual building, as if the towers were somehow going to magically disappear. And this, I just want to say, is the premise that they're asking you to buy, that the towers don't count somehow. To argue that this is acceptable because it's on the upland side of the district is disingenuous.
as the Hughes Corporation well knows, the height limit written into the revised zoning in 2003 was done to address specifically this site. After 8 earlier proposals that were rejected as overwhelming and dominating the low-rise buildings, the message to developers was this: stop making proposals that are not contextually appropriate. And those proposals were half as tall as this one. Finally, I just want to say that to put this project in the broadest perspective, if you examine the records of 117 new buildings approved or in the process of approval in historic districts over the last 16 years, you will not find one single building anywhere near this height or this far out of scale with the neighborhood buildings. None of them are even half as high as this building.
That's a good ending point if you want to let someone else go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You did get ended. Okay, so perfect. Nice. Everyone's doing a good job. Let's move on to the next person.
Next person would be Terry Brady. And after Terry Brady, we're going to do Linda Hellstrom.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the committee to allow me to address this situation. And I'd like to share my observations. I work down at the Seaport District. I started there in 2017. And what I've seen is an incredible amount of positive change. But to Bruce's point, I want to stay a little bit with the history and architecture and the vitality of the area. As a student of history, I researched the historical importance of the area, and looking back at pictures from the district from the turn of the century to recent decades, I was amazed at how vital and active the area was, and I took particular interest in the architecture. But there's been change. It's inevitable. And I think that the change starts with a strong linchpin, as Paul was stating. That linchpin is the Seaport Museum. I feel you need to keep the history alive to share the story of an incredibly thriving commercial hub of a city that will celebrate the vitality of the district and bring people down and increase the economic prospects of the area. I stress the historical aspect because I believe any city, the measure of its well-being is rooted in its history, and that shapes the future. The historical district without a museum to celebrate its richest area is just nonsensical. I clearly see the Howard Hughes Corporation considers that history and together with the community plans and forges forward to recapture that spirit of the waterfront that is, I believe, long overdue. So in closing, I want to I saw the transformation of the district as more and more people arrive to enjoy what life has to offer there. And I think it's even more than physical. I felt a change in the atmosphere, from tourists to locals to native New Yorkers. I see what happens on the pier when I walk to work every day. There's a certain buoyancy and joie de vivre that it captures, and that's all part of the Howard Hughes Corporation. And they can coexist. Projects can coexist, such as the Riverside Park and the High Line. They have coexisted with development, so I think that it's entirely doable. So, in closing, I like to actively support the initiatives of the Howard Hughes Corporation, in particular the 250 water that would be harmonious with the values and persona of the Seaport District.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just say a reminder one more time. I want to hear words like the brick color, or I don't like the height, or I do like the height, or, and just save anything after that for another time. Thank you.
Linda Hellstrom, and after Linda will be Eric Himmel, Elaine Kennedy, and Samir Lavigna. And I apologize if I butchered that.
I'm Linda Hellstrom. My husband and I live at 273 Water Street in the Captain Rose house, built in 1773. This project at 250 Water Street is a mere half block from our house. We and they are an integral part of the historic district, not on the edge, not transitional as Howard Hughes wants people to believe. It is not about how the towers fit with buildings outside the district in FIDI, and not about what goodies for leverage that Howard Hughes brings to the table. This hearing is about how these 47-story buildings compare to those in the 10-block Seaport Historic District. And I can say that this proposal does not even meet the most basic test of appropriateness. It does not fit the scale, and it does not fit the size of the mostly 4- and 6-story buildings in the historic district, let alone the present zoning of 12 stories. But actually, it is asking the historic district to conform in size and scale to it. Because the minute Howard Hughes is allowed to transfer air rights into the district to build towers hundreds of feet over present zoning, the precedent is set, and other developers, just licking their chops, will argue they can do the same thing. Then this landmark committee will be asked to do the reverse. The towers become the standard by which to compare size and scale, and the next developer also asks the community and city to ignore that scale. Just add a few more stories if they promise to donate to build a John Street building for a still struggling museum or to another favorite charity. So we can all picture a high-rise where Mr. C. Seaport is now, or maybe another one cantilevered over Paris Cafe, using just its historic facade as a sop to history, genie out of the bottle. This request has everything to do with mass and scale, but not just for now, not just at 250 Water, but for the future of the entire Seaport Historic District. Allowing Howard Hughes to build this abomination will lead to a museum with...
Okay, so we can tell Linda didn't really like it, the proposal. So who's next?
Samir. And I'm looking for Elaine Kennedy. I don't know if she dialed in. She signed in to speak.
How many more speakers do we have after this, roughly?
I'm working on it. I'll count and let you know.
Okay, well, you don't need to do that. Okay. So let's go, whoever's next.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry, it's hard to tell if this button is muted or...
I'm going to suggest that if we can't hear you after 10 seconds, we will tell the speakers so that we don't get asked that at every single speaker. Thank you.
That sounds good, as long as that doesn't cut into my time. All right, I am in strong support of the potential development at 250 Water Street. The current parking lot does not fit into the context of the neighborhood. I was reading actually the document for the original historic district proposal, and it was meant to invoke the times beginning of development in Lower Manhattan, and the dates range from around 1600 to 1900. Cars simply did not exist back then, and having a parking lot with parked cars really breaks the historical nature of the district. The proposed building, on the other hand, fits excellently with the surrounding area. The aesthetic of the building and the materials used match perfectly. It would add a lot to the neighborhood and really invoke the olden times. I personally really love that the buildings match the neighborhood perfectly on the lower levels and have more of a modern feel on the upper levels. And this building does both really well. The brick looks great. There are plenty of reasons to support this development, such as affordable housing and all that, but even purely from a historical context point of view, this project is worth pursuing, and I hope that the community board will do so. Thank you to the company, I don't know, Howard Hughes or something, for coming and presenting. I really liked all the pictures and the 3D renderings. They all looked really nice, and I hope I can see that in real life soon.
Samir, do you live or work in the neighborhood, just out of curiosity?
I don't think that's relevant.
It is the community board.
That's a no answer on that.
Well, if we're going to start asking, we should ask everyone that question.
No, I just asked. He spoke so eloquently about like and digested the history of the parking lot that I thought he might live in the neighborhood. He doesn't have to answer, but I have every right to ask him randomly.
Sorry.
So the answer.
I'm sorry, Jay.
So in a weird way, Samir didn't answer the question. He could have answered it yes or no, but he chose to deny it, and then you can jump down my throat.
Hopefully, if the new building is built, I can afford to live in one of those.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
In the middle income housing, because I cannot currently afford to live there.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. We are moving on. The next, I found Elaine Kennedy. But
okay.
Elaine, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you so much.
I'm Elaine Kennedy, and I'm the board of director of Southbridge Towers, and I'm representing Southbridge Towers. We're also co-founders of the Seaport Coalition, and Southbridge Towers wants to let you know that we are against breaking the zoning envelope established in 2003 to designate the historic district from Pearl Street down. Pearl Street was the beach, and everything below leading to the water is landfill, which is why it was zoned in the historic district. Also, the transitional zone that Chris refers to, the nod from city planning for the transitional zone was the 120-foot height limit. It's not like it can go any higher. That was the nod. Most of the buildings are 70 feet. We already have a nod to the transitional zone built in. Allowing this breach of the zoning opens up what little remains of the historic district to further development down the road and sets a bad precedent for other low-rise in the city, areas in the city such as Soho, already under consideration, and Greenwich Village, where I grew up, which have managed to maintain their low-rise character for decades. The museum cannot be separated from the historic district, nor placed in higher importance than the district itself. We are asking CB1 to resolve to support us in our fight with landmarks preservation, city planning, and Europe. This is another moment in the long history of the Seaport where its fate resides with us. How will historians look at the decisions that are made here 50 or 100 years from now? Will we go down as having saved the Seaport Historic District and preserved its legacy for future generations and posterity, or the ones who destroyed it? Thank you for your consideration, and happy holidays to everyone.
Were you speaking for the board or just yourself? Were you speaking for your board over there, Stacy?
No, we were speaking for the Southbridge Towers board.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that, Stacy.
Jason, we got a letter from Elaine.
Great. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
We have.
Thank you.
250 letters and comments were sent in, and the Southbridge Board of Directors and mezzanine residents will go against this project that we have donated generously to a fund to fight to save the Seaport Historic District. So we have put on money there on that.
Thank you. Okay, let's mute Stacy and move on to the next person.
Eric Himmel, and after Eric would be Roland Lewis.
And I think, look, anyone can opt out of this to answer this question, but it's nice to hear where people are from, whether they work here, live here, don't. It's okay, and you don't have to answer it, but it's nice to hear.
Hi, this is Eric Himmel. I'm a Seaport District homeowner living Water Street between Peckslip and Dover. And I'm opposed to seeing a high-rise building at 250 Water Street, but I think we should also carefully scrutinize the design of the proposed building. The building consists of two towers resting on a podium. The podium is advertised as the design feature that relates the building to the historic district. At street level, the impact of the building on the historic district would be felt most strongly on Water Street between Beekman and Peckslip, which at around 360 feet is longer than most uptown city blocks. New construction in historic districts is approved if it fits into the context of existing historic buildings, and beyond consistent scale, the criteria for this are subjective. Architects faced with the demand for contextual design often think in superficial cliches. The podium consists of vertical red brick panels over a monotonous window grid. These panels are supposed to echo the shape of the buildings in the historic district in a kind of cheap theme park symbolism. In reality, they're just dull brick cliffs. On the Water Street facade, this cliff would loom over the buildings across the street. In fact, the architectural context of the Seaport was described long ago by Talbot Hamlin in his book on Greek Revival architecture. The best of these buildings are simple, useful, unostentatious, human in scale, and restrained and delicate in detail to give, he wrote, a pleasant harmony and unity to the streets they border. These qualities are not out of reach of large-scale architecture, but to achieve them on the street facades of the podium, the architects would have to create rhythmic and varied articulated surfaces in scale with the human figure. And I urge you to hold their feet to the fire. This firm has never shown much interest or aptitude.
Okay, perfect cutoff time, because we're not going to talk about firms stuff. And you obviously were not in favor of the 250 Water Street project. Let's move to the next person.
Roland, are we ready? Roland Lewis, are you there with us?
Roland.
Come on, Roland. Okay, next person. Roland, we'll give you another shot. Let's go to the next person.
Warren Green, and then Megan Warren.
Warren, let's hear from you. Okay, 10-second rule. Next person. We'll go back to Warren.
Megan Warren.
Hello.
Up. Warren, welcome.
Roland's here. Sorry.
Oh, Roland. Okay, please go.
All right. Well, thanks. Speaking on behalf of myself, I used to be the CEO of the Waterfront Alliance, as some of you may know. I'm speaking in favor of the development. I think for two very strong reasons. One, the survival and of the Seaport Museum is something that I've cared about deeply for many, many years, and I think this development is probably the only and best option to keep that museum afloat and flourishing and being what it should be over many, many years. So I hope it goes forward with that, and also adding benefit to the rest of the Seaport District. And second, my office looked out over that parking lot for the last 10 years or so, and I think the design, I know that's the primary focus of this committee, is quite good, and it's improved. I think the committee, the committee board, and elected officials have, through their input, worked with Howard Hughes, and it's a great benefit to create a design that will, from the street level, as those images showed earlier in the presentation, comport with the spirit of the district and allow for the towers that will allow the economic benefit to support the rest of the district, and particularly the museum. And the last thing I will say, as a citizen of New York, I do think we are heading into some tough times, and to have a major development like this going forward when the city will need all the help it can get economically is also an important consideration for the larger metropolitan area. So for those three reasons, the design itself, the benefit to the Seaport Museum, and the general economic benefit for the larger region, I am very much in favor. And again, I'll repeat, speaking for myself, not for my former employer, the Waterfront Alliance.
Thank you, Roland. Next person.
So we don't see Warren Green or Megan Warren still on, so we're going to move to Megan Malvern.
Hi, Warren is my maiden name, so I'm both of those people.
Ah, you are Megan Warren. Okay, I'm Megan. Thanks.
So, with all due respect to Mr. Sexton, the only thing that will stop this district from becoming an office park that he was talking about is the district's low-scale zoning. Also, to Mr. Hovitz, adding apartments at a 3-to-1 wealthy to low-income unit ratio at a $150,000 threshold is not adding affordable housing in a meaningful way. Informed housing advocates agree. I just wanted to get that off the plate. My name is Megan Malvern. I'm a longtime resident of the area, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against these proposals. Turning to the specifics of the design relating to the already built museum, the proposal at hand which is flawed and entirely engineered by HHC's design team, sounds like another land grab by which the EDC will enjoy the spoils. Next, let's turn our attention to the John Street lot, that new museum space that neither HHC nor the museum owns. This disjointed attachment and a clear add-on that, as SOM designers stated in their pitch to CB1, is meant to make a statement. The statement of the historic district is the historic district, not HHC's blatant modern blight. Instead, the museum should be presenting a way to join the told history with the suppressed history of the seaport, How about 2 entrances into a museum space that represents the way enslaved people were brought to this country forcibly, the shores of the city, a terrifying and demoralizing start to a life in chains, ripped from country and family, while a second entrance to the place where New York City began shows a chosen path by immigrants to a new world filled with the promise and freedoms inside a time that marches on, where these two places of origin intermingle, mix, and sometimes crash into others, just like the waves on the shore that beats into this neighborhood. Why is this museum devoid of the real origin story of this gritty and troubled place in Manhattan? The gleaming glass enclosure asks us to look out. I say we need to look deep inside and our whitewashed version of the seaport to get to the truth. This project is an abomination to the past and a roadblock to a respectful and successful way forward. If the jointly proposed plan goes through, the South Street...
Megan is against it. Let's go.
Interesting testimony. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to check, is Ann Beaumont still with us? I see you there, Ann. Ann, you are unmuted. Are you with us? Ann Beaumont? Okay. Let's move on. If Ann comes back, then she can certainly text and let us know. Let's see. Ann, are you there? Is that you?
I'm here, but I can't make myself heard.
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. All right. My name is Ann Beaumont. I've lived on Pearl Street within the Historic District for over 10 years. I am a seafarer, and I have volunteered at the South Street Seaport Museum for going on 15 years, and I am also a museum member and donor. I am one of those people who will give the museum money to help build the John Street building. And Save Our Seaport was founded in my living room. As Paul Hovitz said, its purpose is to save the museum. I'm here to speak in support of both proposals. The museum is the reason I live at the seaport and the reason I'm still living in New York City. I believe these proposals are both carefully thought out, appropriate proposals that knit themselves nicely into the neighborhood. The 250 Water Street proposal in particular makes sense. There's nothing historic about a surface parking lot that sits atop a brownfield site, and there's no historic building to be preserved here. Anything that's built on the site will by definition not be historic. The question is whether the building appropriately makes use of the site to acknowledge the historic features and character of the surrounding neighborhood, which is historic. The proposal contains multiple design features that do exactly that, from the setbacks, which maintain the building height line, while allowing a density that makes the project viable, to the materials choices, which do a far better job than many of the surrounding modern buildings, such as the renovated post office that now serves as Peckslip School. Anyone who has been awake and walking around the neighborhood in the morning and at any time of day knows that it is physically impossible for the proposed Water Street building to cast shadows on the historic district. I also want to comment on the proposed use of metal cladding on the John Street project. As a mariner, I find it particularly apt, and I would just note that many of the buildings in the district, including the one I live in, have cast iron incorporated into the facade, so it's entirely appropriate to use metal. The district is not by any stretch solely made out of brick. I hope you'll stand with me in support of these proposals and support of the future of the South Street Seaport Museum. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann. Next.
Thank you, and thank you for your speed. Let's do Laura Sewell, and then Chris White, and then Dan Miller. We're getting down to the end.
Hi, I'm Laura Sewell. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative, also known as LESPI. We've been following this closely. I drew the short straw and listened to last month's meeting. I just want everyone to know that, because we're sort of coming in, making comments here when it's something that's very close to all of you and that you've been working on very intently. But we are compelled to speak. Some of the phrases that we're hearing, the edge of the district, low contextual podium, undermine the very concept of the historic district and sets a terrible precedent for historic districts throughout the city. In terms of context, I can place myself easily outside the Fulton Street subway station, and I completely concur with Ms. Curtis's description of the pedestrian experience of the historic district being reduced to looking through a tunnel. And as far as a light study coming down so far ahead into the future, I think we all know what it's like to stand next to a building in the historic district as opposed to a tower. So historic districts are really a very, very tiny percentage of the city. And it's a designated historic district, so there are rules. The benefits must be for the entire district. And no matter how important a single entity might be, I have to say, when I hear the word cloud from what I've been listening to throughout this testimony, museum is in ginormous letters.
Okay, she is against that, the building. Okay, next.
Okay, thank you so much. Jen, who's next?
Chris White is next. I haven't unmuted. Chris White, whenever you're ready to speak.
Thank you, everybody. I live and work in the neighborhood going on 10 years, and I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. The towers are not contextual at all. They're not appropriate for the area. They are clearly way above the height limits, and those height limits should be respected. They are architecturally dull. They have zero connection with the neighborhood in terms of the aesthetics, monotonous and tunneling. And I need to say, though, I am in favor of developing a parking lot. Many of us are. That's clear. HHC bought the parking lot and need to develop this parking lot so they can come back with a proposal that is respectful, inspirational, iconic architecture rather than us lazily accepting just this one. There are plenty other ideas out there that will satisfy many residents and satisfy HHC, but this is not one of them.
Thank you. Next person.
Dan Miller is next, followed by Maria Kubas.
Hi, my name is Dan Miller, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposal. I went back and looked at the original 1977 documentation that established the South Street Seaport Historic District, and it's really a fascinating, amazing read. It goes into great detail about the role of the South Street Seaport in our city's history, the sweep that the historic district commanded from about 1700 to 1900. And it goes into a lot of fascinating detail about why it was a historic district. Dozens of pages about individual buildings. None of those pages are about individual parking lots. The site as it currently stands is a complete detriment to the historic district. The proposed building, on the other hand, would be a great credit to it. The facade is a lovely contextual match to other buildings in the district, and the height is entirely appropriate for a site in this area. I think that the current parking lot is a blight on the historic district, and this proposal will get rid of it and replace it with a lovely facade. We should accept this proposal as stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Next, Jen.
Next, we have Maria Kubas. Sorry, Maria, mispronouncing your last name. Whenever you're ready.
No, you're good. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Kubas. I am a young professional and a resident of 180 Water Street in the Seaport District for the past 2 years. I work for a big firm, like Jason calls them, and I am here to speak on behalf of a lot of the residents from my building, as well as neighboring rental buildings who work long hours or are not able to attend these meetings. The investments made by the Howard Hughes Corporation have revitalized the area in a way that was unthinkable to many. Additions like Pier 17, the Cobblestone and Fulton Street, and the upcoming Tim building are vital to the enjoyability as well as the convenience of living in the area for us young professionals. I would like to express our support for the 250 Water Street building. The podium facade does not interrupt the historic look and doesn't interrupt also the feel of the area. If anything, it beautifies the area by building something on what is now an ugly parking lot that is doing no one a favor. Not to forget to mention that the building will add over 500 residents and even more office workers who will positively contribute to the economic vibrancy of the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next.
Next, we have Greg Socha. Greg, whenever you're ready.
Hello.
Greg Socha.
We hear you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the heads up prior to. So my name is Greg Socha. I am I sit on the board of 272 Water Street, half a block north of the project. Our building is a historic loft, and I just wanted to, I'm not speaking on behalf of the residents of the building, I'm just speaking for myself, but I also come to you with a good bit of knowledge as I sat on the landmarks and land use committees for Community Board 5 in the early 2000s when the Ladies Mile was being, let's call it, attacked by different developments. And we saw every form, shape, size of development known to man. And so through that, the experience that I have is pretty broad. So we looked at 4-unit buildings, we looked at 200-unit buildings. And I have to say, as a resident, as an architecture lover, this building does satisfy what LPC is looking for. Does it fit contextually within the neighborhood? The answer is yes. The street wall mimics the existing streetscape. Approximately 5-6 stories, mostly brick in nature, and windows are approximately the same. Someone was talking earlier about the oversized nature of the windows. The windows in our building are 9 feet tall. So it's just a regular old warehouse along the street. So I just wanted to speak in favor of this because there is a good bit of negative commentary on this, and I wanted to make sure that the board fully, or the committee fully appreciates exactly what its job is to do here, and that is solely to evaluate the building's ability to be contextual to within the district.
Okay, sounds like you're in favor. Thank you. I lost your name on here, but who's the next person?
Sorry, going down the list. Again, if you're a member of the public that's speaking, it would be really helpful if, for example, we know if you are live, work, you don't have to say where, but in the district, out of the district, if you are a retail store owner, anything that gives a little bit of context is always lovely. I'm going to go to Anthony Hawley. Let's see if Mr. Hawley is here. I apologize, I did not call you out first. I'm trying to figure that out on my own side. If Mr. Hawley is not ready, we can go to Jeremy Welsh-Loveman and come back to Mr. Hawley.
Hi, great, thanks. So I want to comment in favor of this proposal. I think the building would fit.
This is Jeremy, right?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think the building would fit well on this edge of the historic district and would be a large improvement over the ugly surface parking lot that is currently there. The design of the building is such that the first few floors, the only ones you can really see from the street, would blend in well with the surrounding buildings. Yes, if you look up, you'll see the taller buildings, but there are many tall buildings around that you'd see anyway if you were to look up. You know, this lot is surrounded on 3 sides by buildings that don't really fit the aesthetic of the buildings to the south. So by blocking the view of those buildings, this proposed development would improve the aesthetic experience of Water Street. You know, while some might complain about the height, there are buildings of equivalent height only a block away or a couple blocks away. Let's remember the zoning, the existing height limit, and the borderline of this historic district are all, completely arbitrary. These restrictions were judgment calls made in the past, which can be changed if circumstances change or for whatever reason. If the goal of a historic district is to improve one's understanding of history, then this project will excel in meeting that goal by providing resources to the South Street Seaport Museum. So overall, I think this project will fit well in the historic district aesthetically and will fit well into and improve the skyline over Lower Manhattan. Thank you.
And no affiliation, Jeremy? You're just a guy here to give your comments? You live in the neighborhood?
I think my office is in Community District 1 during non-COVID times.
Terrific. Great. Well, we'd like to have you back after COVID's over. Thank you.
Apologies, we're getting down to the end, so I'm just trying to make sure that I don't double call somebody, so give me just 1 second. All right. Okay, let's see. Did we call Mr. Hawley? Oh. Trevor. No, that's not right. That's not the right same person. I apologize.
Chris, can you give us another view of this thing? Just any other view so I can think about it with this building?
And by the way, Jason, what I'm doing is I am going through to ensure who has logged off because it got too late. And in the meanwhile, maybe, can you see the Q&A?
Tommy, this is early compared to November.
I know. So
well, I don't have, Saul, I don't have 250 people. I only have half that number this time. So, how's that? Yeah.
Tammy?
Yes.
Adrian Sosin says that they registered to speak, but they haven't been called.
I'm working with Adrian Sosin.
Yeah, Adrian with 2 N's. Sosin. S-O-S-I-N.
Right up on the top there, I see her.
I don't see them signed in, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. So let's have them go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to mute them.
Adrian Sosin.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are, Adrian.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that I have to object to the idea that this is a Zoom meeting and members of the public are excluded by not having and being frustrated by the technology that's required here. I am a resident of Southbridge Towers, and the fate of 250 Water Street is existential to Southbridge Towers and to the entire Seaport community and the city and the nation because of the way that this historic district serves as a living historical incubator for our national identity. I have to tell you that this long-term interests of the city's residents depend on saving historic districts. I do object to the plan for 250 Water Street. Towers that rise are ahistoric. They are not. They will literally loom over the low-rise buildings and ruin the Seaport's historic ambiance by being viewable from anywhere in and around the district. Howard Hughes continues to engage in the multiple deceptions that they have been foisting on the residents of the district, taking away the roof of Pier 17 is one example. And their renderings hide their tower designs, showing them as either invisible or implying that the towers will be part of the background skyline as compared to the Freedom Tower, not the low-rise seaport that it actually sits in. They've also deviously dangled an incentive of an endowment and building plan for the Seaport Museum that is a mirage. They don't intend to build that building, and that building itself has many issues that have been well spoken to here tonight.
I just want to say that we struggled with the issue that you raise in terms of technology in the meeting. COVID prevented us from having a live in-person meeting, and we are faced with deadlines that are not our doing. So I really appreciate what you're saying, and I'm sorry for it. We had no choice.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay. I think if everybody is still here, I'm going to say Kenneth Duncan and then Martina Caruso.
Hi, my name is Kenny Duncan. I work downtown. I just want to make a quick comment because I know we're running out of time in support of the project. I want to say that I much prefer a taller building that supports and stabilizes a historic and vibrant museum as opposed to an empty parking lot. I like the design of the building a lot. I think that the design fits in nicely with the district contextually. I think that it acts more as a backdrop for this historic district rather than a disruption. I also just additionally wanted to quickly add that as many residents are at the beginning stages of the recovery due to the economic impacts of COVID-19, the affordable housing that will come with the 250 project is an added bonus. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Next.
Next would be Martina Caruso. And then after Martina Caruso, I don't see Spencer. Oh, there I see him. Okay. After that will be Spencer. And let me give you one more after Spencer. Alrighty, hold on a second. After Spencer, we're going to do Samara. All right? And I'm hoping that might be the end run. I'm checking the numbers now.
Okay, got it, Tammy. Martina Caruso, you there? Martina Caruso? Okay, I'll go to Spencer Heckwolf next. I'm going to unmute him.
Hi, I want to voice my support for the project. I think there's a lot of great things about the project. I would love for there to be a day where I can bike up the bridge and get a great view of these two wonderful buildings. I think it is wholly appropriate to have tall buildings in Lower Manhattan. And I also want to say that tall buildings rock. I really like tall buildings. I think they make New York great. And I don't think they're a detriment to any neighborhood in Lower Manhattan. So if I used to live in the Seaport, I lived at 271 Water Street. I also lived at 200 Water Street. I had to move because I can't afford to buy a house there because they're millions of dollars. But, you know, I think it'd be great to give a bunch of other people an opportunity to live in the Seaport, just like I did. So I hope this project goes forward. I think the objections are quite ridiculous, and have a good night. Happy holidays.
Did you testify at the last meeting, sir?
Yeah, I testified at a bunch of meetings. I don't know. I lose track. I'm on like 5 calls a week.
Okay, so
I'm just mentioning because I corrected last meeting too. The concept that it's a multi-million-dollar neighborhood belies the hundreds of people who are
Okay, stop. Spencer, please, I'm asking you graciously, please, you've given your testimony. Bruce, he gave his testimony, but Spencer may have missed in the very beginning, and what I said was, if you have already gone at the last meeting, please do not repeat at this meeting, because we want to have the option to allow multiple people to speak.
I got it midway through the call. I didn't know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer.
All right, Jen, who's next?
Martina Cruz is back on. Can I go to her?
Sure.
Okay. Martina Cruz, I've muted you.
Martina? Okay. Moving on. Jen, mute her back up if she's not there. Perfect. So we've got Rebecca Dole. Let me see if she's still here. Getting into the wee hours, people.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Tammy. Thank you so much for running these meetings. I think you do a fabulous job.
Thank you.
You too, Jason. You have me cracking up all night. So first of all, I'm getting the sense that a lot of like Howard Hughes employees are on this call. Thanks for your input. I live in the neighborhood in Southbridge Towers. I'm a native New Yorker, grew up in Washington Heights. I moved here about 4 years ago. And the reason I came to this neighborhood was because of the extreme charm and historic nature of the Seaport District. And I'm here to voice my opposition of these ridiculous towers. They're too high. And I also think the museum, I don't really understand the metal facade. I don't get it. And yeah, that's what I'm here to say. I oppose it. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, who's next? Do I have one who's next?
I got an email from James Kaplan. I don't see him on here. He's saying that he's been waiting to speak.
I don't see James. I see a James. Oh, I see James Kaplan. He's in the attendee section.
Okay, I'm going to unmute him.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is James Kaplan. I'm the founder and former president of the Lower Manhattan Historical Association. And we've been active in trying to promote the history of Lower Manhattan with a number of projects, including the July 4th parades, the Evacuation Day ceremonies, the Saratoga Yorktown ceremony, and recently the naming of the Mill Street Synagogue. I've been worked in Lower Manhattan for almost 50 years, as have many of my co-board members. And we think there's a tremendously important, rich history in Lower Manhattan, which is not fully appreciated. Now, one of our major backers in these activities has been the Howard Hughes Corporation, who we found to be the institution most interested in promoting the history of Lower Manhattan. And we've worked very closely with the South Street Seaport and the South Street Seaport Museum in Jonathan Bulwer. I believe the South Street Seaport Museum is really the linchpin of the South Street district, which many people have said. But I think more fundamentally, if you look at historic preservation, landmark preservation, it cannot be static. I think the Lower Manhattan has developed over a period of 200 years, and its buildings have developed. And what was small today is different now, and there are different needs now. And I think this building, as I see it, meets the needs for today to help build the South Street Seaport, to help fund not-for-profit and cultural organizations like ours, which are growing, and also to help the residents. When I started working here in 1970, virtually no one lived in Lower Manhattan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exactly. Tim Burke would be next, if he still would like to speak.
I am here and would like to speak. I definitely am in favor of this. I am not a Howard Hughes employee. Everyone pretty much said all the things I'm in favor of it already. I don't think that any parking lot is historical, even the one I lost my virginity in.
Oh, goodness.
Was that in this neighborhood?
No, I don't want to give
Do you live in this neighborhood or work in this neighborhood by any chance?
No, I used to work there.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you for keeping it. Thank you for keeping it short. I think the last one is Samara Glazer is our last speaker tonight. I think I've gotten everybody.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Cool. So my name is Mary Glazer, and I'm going to try and keep it short because I know I'm last and it's late. So I've lived in this district for 17 years, my whole life, right at 77 Fulton, and I would like to use my time to say that I am in opposition to this building, and I would like to speak to some of the points raised by the other side. One being that the building should be built because the parking lot is ugly. It's been there forever, and there's nothing been there. And frankly, I agree. I've grown up, walked by that parking lot my entire life. It's pretty ugly, but I don't think the solution is such a tall building. You know, there's no reason that a building can't be built there that's 120 feet, and frankly, the owners have refused as of right 120 feet. So that's the only reason why that building hasn't been built under 120 feet. So I feel like we're going from extreme to extreme in terms of being nothing there and an ugly parking lot to a super tall building. And I would also like to speak and just say that although there is no historic building on the site of the parking lot, that doesn't mean that the site itself isn't historic. So that doesn't mean that we can just build a huge, tall building there. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
Okay. I think
there are people on the Q&A who are saying that they did not have a chance to speak yet, but they wanted to.
And the question, Rosa, is did they sign in? Because in order to be recognized, you have to sign in to the attendance sheet. And we have people who signed in as late as 8-something. So
sign in if you want to speak. Otherwise, we're closing it up.
Let's go through.
There was someone named Martina Caruso.
Yes, she's on there. We tried her.
We've unmuted her twice. Is she still there?
According to this, she is.
Okay.
Let's unmute Martina.
Someone named Anna Frankel is putting her in.
Okay, so Martina's on here. Let's do Martina first, if we can. Unmute her and give her one more shot.
Martina? Jen, let us know when she's unmuted.
She's unmuted.
Okay, Martina, 3, 2, 1, and you're out. Okay, Martina, next time. Full board meetings tomorrow night.
Exactly.
Who's next?
I hit everyone who has.
This Anna person. Someone.
Andy Sosin is saying they signed in.
Andy? I see you, Andy.
It's fine.
I thought Andy spoke, if I'm not crazy.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So, okay, let's go with Chris White now has his hand up. Is Chris White spoken or wants to speak?
Chris White has spoken.
Done, okay. Megan has spoken.
Yep.
Yes. Spencer has spoken. Terry Brady has spoken. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, we'll try and fit another person in if they get their technology ready. But now, what are we going to do? We're going to, Tammy, why don't you just what we're going to do?
I think strangely, is Warren Green back? Warren Green, who was not online when called, is back.
Warren, take it away.
Jen, can you find Warren Green?
I don't see them on the attendees list. Warren.
Me neither.
No. No, I don't. On here.
All right, I can tell because of the sign-in sheet. Just so you know, he's been in and out of the system a couple times. So if you see him, come back.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe it's a bot.
Yeah, right. I don't think so. I think he's a real person because we have addresses. He's a neighbor. All right. Well, we'll just keep going.
Tammy, what exactly is our task tonight? Are we writing a resolution tonight or tomorrow?
Correct. The resolution should be separated into both the landmark applications. So the one for the South Street Seaport Museum buildings in the row for the changes that they presented, as well as the John Street lot. That's one application. And then a completely separate application, although related, for 250 Water.
Jason and I were talking earlier. You want a complete and voted upon resolution from the committee for tomorrow?
Correct. We must, because of Landmarks will hear it the first week in January. We have no choice.
Okay. Obviously, we cannot review every iota of the whereases in this meeting tonight. It would be another 3 hours, and we're not even resolved on certain specific aesthetic considerations, design considerations. I think we can determine, a broad stroke of what we plan to do with each building. Jason, do you agree? And then we'll have to refine the details.
We have notes from last month.
Right.
So we have all of that. Jen can share that. She could do a share screen on those if you would like to be helpful.
Let's do that.
Okay.
And then
I would want to integrate some of the points that Paul Goldstein indicated, but not all of them, and I don't have them in front of me, and I think it would be hard to cobble them together with the notes from last month right now. That's just my...
Well, maybe we could just, if Paul's still on, he could...
We have those, Bruce. We have all of those. Jen has both Paul Goldstein's historical notes.
Right.
I could speak to them if you need me to go through them quickly.
Yeah, Paul, go through quickly. Let's use your expertise on the historical part of it.
Paul, there are a lot of them.
He's going to abridge it. He's going to give us a little briefing.
Paul, the only thing that I hope for is that you need to separate them out for the two resolutions. So specify, yes, we have an overall arcing history, but we have to be able to get two resolutions done tonight. 3, if you include the first one.
Well, to be honest, most of these talking points were intended for the 250 Water Street project. Do you want to hear them?
Briefly, yes, Paul. Run through it briefly so everybody can hear, because I think... Yeah.
So many of them are just historical facts. The Seaport Historic District was designated in 1977, small 11-block district, quote, consisting primarily of small-scale brick buildings which contrast dramatically with the soaring skyscrapers nearby. This is from the LPC designation report. And I also add that the average size building is 4 to 5 stories. Next, LPC rejected 9 proposed buildings over a roughly 20-year period for 250 Water Street and used very similar language in these rejections, indicating that, quote, the proposed scale, size, mass, and volume of the high-rise buildings would dominate and overwhelm the neighboring buildings in this low-scale district, thus visually confusing the clear boundary of the district. Okay, I'll leave out the next one. In 1991, LPC did approve.
Well, I have to stop you there. In what I read of what you said, that was the most important and interesting clause to me, because if there had been 6 to 9 precedents by LPC specifically addressing what we're talking about, specifically, that's of grave importance. That's all.
So let me then just give you one more quote from a 1986 letter from LPC that wrote, quote, the size of the 30-story tower, this was a 30-story tower, would cause an abrupt change in scale within the district. This is at 250 Water, disrupting the district's homogeneous low-scale quality. That the design of the proposed 30-story tower, which is located at the western boundary of the district, would relate more closely in scale and massing to the buildings outside the historic district rather than those within, thus visually confusing the clear boundary of the district. Okay, I'm going to keep going. In 1991, LPC did approve an 11-story building that constituted 380,000 square feet. The owner chose not to build the building, and he held out for taller buildings that were subsequently rejected by LPC. Again, all these comments that it's a parking lot and it's horrible. It's a parking lot because the owner has refused to abide by the landmark stipulations and regulations that everyone else who's built in the district has. That's the reason. I think a lot of the speakers don't quite understand rules that govern landmark districts. I'll go on. After years of these unsuccessful efforts to gain approval of a high-rise building at 250 Water, this community board led a successful effort in 2003 to rezone the historic district to a C62A with a maximum height of 120 feet, and that was supported by every elected official covering Lower Manhattan and the borough. The Downtown Alliance supported it, the South Street Seaport Museum supported it, the Municipal Art Society, many other groups, Siemens Church Institute, local developers, including Frank Siami, who built the beautiful Front Street buildings and proved right there that you could build buildings that comply with the historic district and be profitable. Okay, CB1 has consistently said it would welcome a new building at 250 Water that is within the LPC and zoning guidelines. If Howard Hughes is allowed to transfer air rights to the site and build a high-rise, it would negate this hard-fought and correct action to preserve the unique character of the Seaport Historic District. Only a few more. The proposal before the community board would, in essence, reduce the size of the Seaport Historic District by 10%, which is totally unacceptable. Seaport Historic District has a mechanism in place that allows you to move air rights from the low-scale district into nearby sites in Lower Manhattan outside the historic district. This has worked numerous times, and it's a successful formula that's been copied for other areas. Never before has someone tried to transfer air rights into the historic district. And we have, this community board has put forward alternate sites that we'd like to be designated as additional receiving sites, just to make that process work better and raise money for the museum, among other causes. And I put in here, CB1 also rejects what appears to be a citywide effort to upzone historic districts throughout the city. The lower scale character of these areas make them more appealing and successful. Yes, the city and country and world is going through a difficult period due to the pandemic. That doesn't mean we should forsake and give up on our historic districts. Last one is we also need to remind LPC they are supposed to determine the appropriateness of a proposed new building without considering the amenity package that may accompany such a proposal. CB1, I thought you would follow this, has chosen not to comment substantially on these elements of the HHC 250 Water Street proposal for that reason. So that's what I have.
So Paul, that's terrific. Thank you. And I don't know. I mean, should we just be taking a straw poll about up or down vote against either of these buildings, and then Bruce and I are going to riff on Paul's great more than an outline? And
my suggestion would be that you take the comments based on the applications directly from the committee, and then do the straw poll. I mean, you can either way, whatever works in committee, but know that all the comments specifically targeted with landmarks that we normally do need to be in here.
So then we would talk about the height in general. Sounds like most people on the committee don't like the height. And then
which building? Decide which one you're doing first, because there's two separate applications.
If we're doing 250 Water Street, I just let me say that I think the overwhelming consensus, at least of the committee and those I've spoken to on the board in general, is that it's grievously oversized. oversized, and some of the people who testified seem to, as has just been said, misunderstand that the choice is not an empty parking lot versus a gargantuan twin building. There are many, many things in between that allow for current zoning, which was widely embraced when the zoning was created. I also want to say, as other people have spoken to, that as developers go, Howard Hughes Corporation has, it's a separate matter, it should be stated, while there always was an issue of transparency, they have contributed to the neighborhood. They have contributed to the LMCC. They are more diverse, as Mariama pointed out, than other companies, and they reach out for diversity. So they are not the evil empire. We're just dealing with landmarks issues. And 250, without even discussing any other aesthetic details like the facade cladding, is woefully oversized. And again, is irrelevant to any transitional zone because there is none.
So how about anyone on the committee besides Bruce and Jason? And Paul? No. Anyone else have anything to say? Feeling, something you want to get off your chest?
I wanted to get the comments about John Street into the John Street lot.
Okay.
So, both the whether the timing of that coming before LPC current, but for me, I think that the committee needs to opine on whether they feel that a metal clad on the outside was appropriate, how the building looks connected, et cetera, knowing that it's intended to be something, but it may not be.
Chris,
now we're talking about the Seaport Museum building, right?
Can you give us a slide, Chris, that shows really that the front street what is the John Street building? Just like something a little bit closer up.
I will.
Thank you.
So Tammy, it's Vicky Cameron. Tammy, if there is no funds, there are no funds to build a museum, why are we discussing it? Why is it going up in front of LPC? Because they're gonna fundraise?
Because LPC said they could.
Because LPC is here in the application, whether you want them to or not. They're here in the application.
Like, there is no money. They don't own the land. So
no, but Vicki, Jonathan Bulworth and Saul and Brendan and all of the applicant team are presenting on behalf of the owner of the building. Whether or not that happens is the owner's discretion. The city, as EDC, is the owner. No, we have nothing in writing, but the city is allowing them to do this presentation and put it through. So we can denote that in the resolution, but we still have to vote and do our due diligence as a community board.
Okay.
And we do get applications, whether we like it or not, from private developers who, before they engage their final contract, as a stipulation, as a contingency to the contract, require LPC approval before they close the deal. So this is not the first time.
Can I ask a question of Chris or the design team about this building? Just if I missed it, I wanted to ask, and that is, what was originally, and this may have been back in the 18th century, what was originally on this corner lot? Was it just part of the continuation of the donut of these pitched roof buildings? Was it never anything? I just don't think I ever heard what it was.
Before the neighborhood was designated, there was a masonry building here that is similar in scale to what you see in the foreground, but that was torn down before the designation, and there was a gas station here for years.
All right, I'm going to throw some comments about this building and see if anybody wants to comment more. I'm missing the shutters the point of the shutters. I'm wishing it was more of a punched opening, like with a regular old sill. I guess I find myself wishing it was more like an everyday kind of building. I do think it's okay the way it continues the street wall there. I also appreciate in the rendering, I even see that you guys have put mechanical equipment on the roof there, I think. So that's always nice that people are thinking about that. I'm wondering about this little window on the side there that's like kind of, I guess it's like half covered by the sloped roof of the existing building there. I'm not sure what's going on there exactly. Oh, that's great. Okay. Yeah, I mean, to me, I see the bulk that you guys are trying to like mimic on the side where it says South Street Seaport Museum, but I'm not sure I'm in love with the these like brise soleil kind of screens above the windows. And I don't really see the connection with these arches that would normally maybe be seen on like the second floor of a building coming on the first floor. And I will give it to the rest of the committee after that.
I'm going to speak. I'm going to let the committee speak. My opinion of this, unfortunately, is that it's pretty good. And I say unfortunately because it's a phantom building. We've proven that it may not be built. It's not like it's not dyed in the wool. And I rather like the design. And I don't want to disagree with Jason, but I like the shutters. I think they're more contextual than the rest of the building and quite functional. I hate to beat Edward Durrell Stone to death because he came up once before, but those arches, I just don't get that precision. And the arches, it looks like the Huntington Hartford Museum, the Lollipop Building. That's all I can think of. I do not get the street facade.
Okay, someone else on the committee, so it's not just Bruce and Jason and Paul and Tammy. Alice, come on, Alice, say something. You out there? No.
Oh, I'm confused. Can't we vote the whole thing down? Both of them?
But we're giving it, we're just trying to treat it like a normal application a little bit and comment on the buildings. So if no one else has anything to say about.
And they're two separate votes. I want to point that out.
I do.
They're two separate applications that we're dealing with.
Well, I don't like the building to the left that much.
Okay. Anybody else on the committee want to say anything about the John Street building or see any other views of it? Like Chris?
So Jason, at the last presentation, excuse me, I don't know what committee it was on, we were told that these are copper panels that will eventually turn green. Is that so? I'm still claiming that? Well, I said that's not possible based on what I've been told. Are they still claiming that? So if this phantom building goes up as designed here, will it be green and not in this contextual bricky red color?
Only Chris and the team could answer that. Chris, team?
So sure, I'd be happy to answer that. And we actually sent in some technical information. So if anybody wants to review the technical information and all the references in that. But copper inherently patinas. And the idea that it's impacted.
We can't hear. Who stopped that typing?
It might be somebody taking notes, Vicki, so turn the volume up so they can take notes.
Well, but they can. We can't hear. Go ahead. I'll increase my volume.
No problem. So we did send in some information that has some references that you can refer to. But copper inherently, the properties of copper will make it patina. And there was a suggestion that that acid rain had an impact on this, which is not an accurate statement. And there's no reason for copper in any context, in our context, not to eventually patina to green, just like the Statue of Liberty, or just like the top of the Woolworth building. So the copper, and we are not going to prevent. There are ways to try to prevent the copper from changing, and that is not our intent. It's just to let it be a natural weathering material.
Thank you. So, like I said, in my professional career on Fifth Avenue and 67th Street, the consultant said that there's not enough pollution in the air to get copper to patina like this. So it doesn't matter, you know. The point is that this building might not look copperish; it might look green. Bruce, what do you think?
I'm sorry. Did you address me, Ricky? Did you say Bruce?
Yeah, I did. I said if it's not copper and it turns green, how will that be within the context of the existing red brick?
Well, I know there's objection to the copper facade, and it certainly isn't part of the district, nor is the hinge, the entrance. However, I'm embarrassed to say, I guess, in the context of the committee, I do not dislike this building. I don't understand the street level, but I don't dislike it. As for patina, I can think of examples in the last 20 or 30 years, like Alma Mater at Columbia, which was finally recast, like the statue at Grand Army Plaza, 59th Street and 5th. They have all patinated. They were all restored in copper, and they have turned slowly green over the years. So I can't speak technically, and you're better at that than I am because you are an architect. But in my just visual experience, I've seen most of the copper around town, even the restored ones, turn green eventually, including, as you say, the Woolworth building, which was redone fairly recently. I don't know what it would look like with a mottled green finish, but it will eventually become greenish white. That's my comment.
Did we get a rendering of what it would look like when it's green?
I have that, so if you let me pause, I'll pull that up from the last presentation while you're speaking.
Thank you, Chris.
No, I don't think we
Well, in any case, Bruce seems to be into it. I could be into it. I don't love it, but it's growing on me, and I'm not going to be the designer. Is this different than what was presented many years ago when it was part of the Euler application for the building on the pier? Has it changed? Was that a shop design and now it's SOM? Would someone remind me? No one was around.
I can say that this, there has been an approval in front of Landmarks for a museum expansion in 1998. And that was this proposal by Buyer Blinder Bell, and it was for an all glass and metal facade. And this was approved in 1998.
Well, that's basically before the internet, so we won't take too much.
Exactly. We like your proposal much better, okay?
I'll take that.
You might get an approval now.
Yeah.
There it is.
Show that.
Pretty cool.
Outdated. Okay, I just wanted people to see it.
Well, I like it better against that gray concrete on the bottom, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I really like it.
It's a better color tone, whole thing. So it sounds like no one's really, well, no, Susan doesn't like it. Bruce likes it enough. I guess I like it enough.
Michael has his
Flammery likes it.
Michael, go ahead. Michael should be able to just unmute himself, no?
He was just there a minute ago. He's disappeared.
I'm here. Okay. Could we ask Chris to show the slide from the last presentation of the interior of Skirmahorn Row and how the spaces were going to be reallocated, please.
Yes. So I will show. So this is one of the spaces on Skirmahorn Row. And I think one of 21 existing galleries. And some of them, many of them will remain in the same museum. So I'm going to, and then this is an image of the new interior, right, which is a full timber construction. And it's important to note that the levels on Skirmahorn Row, the ceilings are 7 to 8 feet. They're quite low as gallery space. So we're tying into each floor and then able to have a kind of double height space every other floor. And so this is how you see the two buildings together. So there's the historic galleries. So this, you see here to cut away, this is one of the counting houses like on Skirmahorn Row. And we keep one of those counting houses in the current museum. And here, these two units here on the right are part of the Fulton Ferry Hotel building.
Chris, I'm sorry, but what I was referring to was the space planning on the top floor, what is now museum property and what will become the new museum property on the top floors.
So this is also I'm sorry, what will become, so the pieces of the galleries that are not used in the future, what will be there?
The floor plans, yeah, where it would show what is now and what it could be. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So you see how the upper floors have shrunk in terms of museum property? Is that accurate, Chris?
Yeah, I'm going to just give me one moment. I'm going to give you the exact numbers. So existing museum today, 41,000 square feet. Phase one is the renovation and operation of 31,000 square feet. So in phase one, there will be a 10,000 square foot reduction of gallery space. And then when phase two is added, that's 32,000. So there will be a total of 63. So they will go from existing of 41 to a full capacity of 63.
Right, but I'm dealing in the here and the now.
Shift.
If there is no John Street building for some period of time, will the museum have its footprint reduced?
31,000 square feet of exhibit space.
So it's going to lose 10,000 square feet.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
But that is, I think you should ask the museum if that is of impact to their display, and if they've ever used all gallery spaces.
Can we just ask that with a yes or no question to Mr. John or anybody? We're looking for a yes or no answer. Do you use all of that space now? Yes or no?
We do not use all of that space now, nor have we ever.
Perfect.
It's not suitable for public assembly space.
Okay, we got it. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Jen, do you have the bullet points for this particular project? So because we have full board tomorrow, I'd love for the committee to see the notes that were taken so we can include these and move forward. Note it's 10:08 and we still have 250 water to go.
So is anybody besides Susan not like the John Street building?
I want to go back to John Street for a minute, please. Keep going backwards in slides. The one we had, the green one, fine, the green one, okay? We have not discussed, no, you're too far now. The last one was fine. We have not discussed that new entrance. which I don't understand, and I don't want to spend 20 minutes doing it, but I don't get it. Chris, are you irreconcilably black and glass, hinge?
Bruce,
I can't hear you, Chris.
You can't hear me?
No, I can.
Okay, sorry. I heard only a portion of what you asked, but I think you were asking about the glass space between the two buildings.
The glass and black, yes.
Yes. So what our intent is to separate slightly the two buildings, so that you
I
have
understand
space
that.
between, like Cannon's Walk. So it's the kind of hyphen or space between the two buildings, so between the old and between the new, and that becomes the entranceway. And so that then, and I'm going to go to one more image. So that then when you are inside of that space, you are between the two facades, between the two walls. Just like in Cannon's Walk, for instance, or in the space behind buildings.
Very Renzo Piano, Isabella Gardner edition, but that was a whole new construction. This I understand the program, the exterior, even though you want a hyphen or you want a caesura there, the black and glass is so much so. It's almost like a period rather than a hyphen. Are you committed to that? I would suggest in my resolution to the board, you have novel, to me, a novel, interesting, somewhat contextual and massing new addition, and you have that. It could be anywhere, just glass and black. What is it? Anodized? What is the black material?
It's just a blackened metal, like a blackened steel.
It's like any retail storefront. So I would object to that if we're now getting to specifics of aesthetics instead of massing and volume and so on. Okay, so if anyone else on the board wishes to speak, please do. Otherwise, I think we should at least summarize this. And Jason, please, you've been chairing this, and great. I want you to, be the primary mover on this. I personally, again, although I don't like the street front particularly, I do like the overall concept of the building, should it ever be built, and I do not like the entrance. I think the entrance, I spoke my piece about the entrance hinge there. That's what I would put forth. But
I think I'm in full agreement on that, Bruce. I mean, I don't want to get into designing. I think I agree about the top part. It can be, I could get into it. The bottom looks a little bit off. We could just simply ask them to rethink that, to be more contextual maybe, and still strike a difference between the top and the bottom, which it looks like they're trying to do, and leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Can we vote on? Can we vote on this?
I think so.
Okay, so to the board, we're talking about generally approving the design of the addition. We would make a comment about the nudity of the ground floor level, and we would ask that the entrance be redesigned. It's just glass and anodized aluminum. I mean, I don't get it. So that's what I would propose. We would also have language, as Vicki kept talking about the shimmer of this building to begin with. It may not exist. It may not be built. It's provisional, and it shouldn't be in any way contingent upon the next resolution, 250.
Okay.
Do you have enough notes
Yeah.
for a resolution? Jen?
Tammy, I do have, my notes are written at the moment, fortunately. I don't have them typed out.
I think we'll be okay. Can we also get copies of these slides just so when
Yes.
Bruce and I are
Yes,
just
all
like
of it.
kind of spitballing about it tomorrow and finalizing this thing, we have some frame of reference. So maybe just get us the deck.
Call the question if you're ready.
Ray, can I ask a question, please?
Of course.
Okay, so I'm looking at this picture here, and that middle, the entrance there, is that whole block the museum? Or is it just the one building on the left?
No, it's the entire block, and I think that's a really important distinction. So everything in masonry on the right side is phase one, which includes new elevator, access to all floors, new mechanical to all floors, and gets the museum up and running and open. That is phase one. That is very much a part of this application. And the application which the city has signed, and I also, Vicki, want to make that clear, the city has signed our application to Landmarks for both of these buildings together, the renovation and restoration of the masonry building on the right for the museum as phase one, and the expansion as a second phase, which you're seeing on the left. So
what has the city signed? What is it that they've signed?
The application to Landmarks.
Right, the application. And the infill on the arch and the little Juliet balcony above, what is that? I just noticed that in the middle building.
So,
that's currently the Fulton Stone Market. The first two floors of everything that's on the older portion is part of Howard's current lease that we would be transferring.
I'm sorry, there's so much background noise I can't hear. Would you repeat that, please?
The first two floors are part of Howard Hughes' lease, our lease premises, so we would be transferring over the first floor all the way from the corner of South Street and Fulton to the new entrance that people have referenced. I think, Bruce, you didn't care for. And then on the second floor, I think it's the first two windows are McNally Jackson, but I think the rest of the second floor is ours, and we would also be transferring that over to the museum as part of this concept.
So that whitish infill is going to look like that? It's just like stucco infill? The arch
it's a door. It's currently a door. It's an old door that was there.
And it's going to stay that way?
It's a wooden door, and so the actual balcony, the Juliet balcony as you call it, is metalwork that exists today, and it was an add-on that was meant to represent the historic condition of the stairs up in the counting houses. So that was
what is behind that wrought iron? What is in the middle of the square, the rectangle behind the wrought iron? Let's call it balcony or fire escape. What is that? It's
a wooden door.
Is it articulated at all, or is it just a flat wooden door?
No, it is articulated and detailed with historic detail, and it's hard to make out in this image.
Thank you.
Can I just finish asking my question? Okay, so you go through this middle here, and you can get to the left or the right through the middle, or is there another entrance? Oh, I need the other picture back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So this is Bruce answering your question of the wood door and the paint colors that are on that wood door, and now I'm gonna show you a cutaway, Francis, that you see the middle, and again on the right is all the historic masonry buildings which make the museum, and on the left is the new contemporary galleries.
And you'll be able to enter. So you go right through the middle there, and you can go either left or right, or do you have to?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, okay.
No, you come in.
That's all I wanted.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
But I think, Chris, am I wrong that the primary entrance that Jonathan would like is the one on South and Fulton, where the SJP currently is? Isn't that going to be the primary?
The corner, yes.
And that's right. And the intent is that, yes, right. So the intent is right now to be able to go into either space. And as you come in, all the storefronts are public space. So there's the kind of gift shop, cafe, ticketing. That's all on the ground floor that's open to anyone. And then you get tickets, and then you move up into the museum. So entrance off of the corner and entrance off of mid-block into that more public area of the ground floor of the museum.
Okay.
I was not here as you know, at the beginning of the meeting. How, Tammy and Jason, are we dealing with the corner restoration renovation? Are we mentioning it? Are we leaving it? I mean,
however you usually do it, you have to fold this into how we normally do things. This is an unprecedented application, but many of the things that have to be targeted directly only to landmarks.
Well,
so based on the last presentation.
The question goes, I would just ask Chris to help us understand if a lot of this stuff on the existing buildings is being taken care of at a staff level. Chris?
Is that a third application, Chris, or is that part of the application for the new building on John? Yeah, how do we address that?
It's the same application, Bruce.
Okay, good. So we can discuss it. Did you discuss it, Jason, before I came on? Was there any discussion of? I know there was last month. Was there any discussion this month of that part of the application?
We didn't. Chris did not stop a lot for this, even though it's got some looks like a really good restoration work. And again, I'll say some of it is obviously staff level. You know, like granite Dutchman repairs, can be done at staff level. I know it's part of this application, but for those people that don't know the ins and outs of what goes on with landmarks, some of this stuff, like repairing historic windows and stuff, if it's being done to match what was originally there, then we don't really need to talk about it, and it's handled at staff level. So, Chris, maybe there's a couple things on here.
Is there anything new here, Chris? Is there anything being added that's new?
So I do want to clarify that what you're seeing here was the presentation that we gave when we were together in November, and we didn't look at it again today. So all of this detail, so you have this deck from our last presentation, and all of this information is in that last presentation. And we are not, there are, let's say there are a few very minor additions, meaning like the detailing at the top. Quickly? Yes, so the metalwork at the at the crown of the building is new, does not exist today.
Right. The pigeon and icebreakers.
And we are replacing we're proposing to replace all of the storefront at the entrance with because the detailing is superficial relative to the historic detailing. So the intent is to replace the storefront, and we have all the profiles and detailing of the storefront to be original in its.
But you're using different materials? Is that it?
No, it would all be wood as the original, as the historic condition.
So what is different?
The paint color, some signage, the stuff at the top, gutter, paint color. It looks pretty much like maintenance. I mean, I'm looking side by side, and everything except for the red door, which I guess is a way to tie in the museum, which I'm not against, looks pretty much like we would want to see it, I think, for me. Yeah, I do. I even think that the signage with that cute old-timey hand is kind of cute. So I don't have anything against, actually, anything on these slides. Personally, I think they're good.
And Jason, to your point about staff versus commission is we've submitted it all as one application, and it's still to be determined per landmarks if they want it to approve these changes at staff or at commission level.
Where you have new signage in 4 places, is there current signage there now?
There is the painted signage does not exist today.
I see. So you're proposing 4 panels of new painted signage?
No, those are there. Bruce. Those are there.
Right.
At the first floor you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
those are there.
Down here, yes. So these panels exist. Excuse me, Bruce. The panels at street level are existing signage, and up here where it says South Street Seaport Museum in the hand, that's painted on the brick.
So where it says new signage and there are 4 arrows, there's old signage there now. You're not adding new signs on panels that don't exist currently.
Right, but those signs,
Correct.
Bruce, are Howard Hughes tenant signs. They're not museum signs currently. That's why I think they say new signs for the museum. They would become museum signs, not retail signs.
Thank you. And the other facade that we had just looked at, is there anything very new I'm not talking about the interior, the exterior. I'm talking about the exterior, the facade that adjoins the new part. Is there anything on the restoration that's new that essentially doesn't exist currently? And we can change
the only
slide.
New work, and you're asking about this facade here.
Yeah, something
I would say really
that's governed by
the
landmark.
only real, nothing.
Can you change
is,
the slide, please? Is it John Street side, please? Sorry.
Oh, it's just these. We have the 2 historic facades.
That's Fulton Street.
This is Kramer Row. This is Fulton, yes, and then this is South Street.
Okay. Anything new besides the red door and the signage?
I would characterize new as the storefront will be is new construction based on historic detailing. Otherwise, there's no addition
material?
to the
wood.
Wood.
Okay, and you're painting it gray. Okay, so I think we've covered it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to note that there's some restoration work that's being done and signage work somewhere in a whereas that we don't object to, I guess.
Okay.
I guess, can we call the question and add what some of the other stuff we can't? I mean, we're never going to get out of here. I mean, I know.
I proposed a resolution about 20 minutes ago. I think you can take a straw poll first.
Bruce, it's Elise Quaidbarth. Can I speak for 2 seconds?
It's up to Tammy and.
Tammy, sorry. I just had trouble getting into the vocal point here, and I just wanted to be very clear about the existing conditions. The storefronts that exist buildings today were installed in the 1980s as part of the restoration of the Skirmerhorn Row block, and that restoration was done by Jan Herd Picorni Associates. They are actually working on the restoration as part of this team, and the storefronts that exist today have a very kind of routed and abstract detail. The new storefronts, which will be composed of wood, will use details that are of a more historic character, with a lot more robustness and character to them. The changes include making the entry doors handicapped accessible. So the one on the corner and the one that you're looking at that's sort of in the middle of 92.
How are we doing that?
Well, the storefronts are being reconstructed, but again, in wood with historic details. It's just that the doors themselves will be somewhat wider in dimension.
I see that. Yeah, there's an extra side panel there. There's an extra side light. Are you
Can we
getting
call the
rid of
question and get to the main event already?
Yep, I just wanted to
No, because Paul, this should have been, if there's change to detail, and we're not going to go backwards, it should have been presented. We're talking about detail changes.
Bruce, it was presented last month. It
The
was
actual
all
detail changes?
all of it. Yes, in detail.
Okay. Okay. Good. So let's move on then. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we should take a straw poll first on my resolution, as I don't know what else to suggest unless someone else has another resolution to propose. Shall we go around the table? Jason, I don't have the scroll.
I'm in line with you, Bruce, on this thing.
So let's take a vote.
Comments. Yeah.
Let's take a vote. Who's going to conduct the vote?
Member of the floor call the question and someone second.
I call it the question, Jason.
I second.
Thank you.
Boom.
Okay. Bruce?
Yes.
Jason?
Jason, yes.
Mark said I don't know if he's here, said he's going to go offline for a bit. I'll come back to him. Vicky? Vicky, you're muted.
Vicky, we need you.
I'm sorry. I said yes. Sorry. Excuse me. Thank
No worries. Thank you. Susan?
No.
No, Eric's not here. Elizabeth?
Yes.
Megan? Vera?
Yes.
Chow?
Yes.
Roger? Roger?
He left.
Okay. Coming back to Mark. Mark, are you there? Mark?
Put him down for a no. No.
Oh, be snide.
All right. Well, we got to move on without you, Mark. Sorry. Unless it's like we need him for a quorum or something, and then we'll just go back to him. Maybe.
No, I think we're fine.
Okay.
Jen, count.
Yeah, we're fine.
Great. Okay.
Okay, motion passes.
I'm going to say my piece on 250, and Jason and Tammy should. We will get granular with descriptions. My point is obvious. If LPC, with the pressure from the mayor, the city council, even the governor, Downtown Alliance, that's what is arrayed against us. If they go against 25 years of LPC precedent on this very, very site, it's analogous to what happened to the Supreme Court in the last three appointments. That's what I have to say.
Let's stick to the topic. We are not Supreme Court.
That is the topic. That's the metaphor. It's overwhelming. It's just to me, it's out of the question on the face of it by virtue of mass and bulk and height. Redesign it. Do something within the context of zoning. Do whatever you want. It's just, like I said, we can get into granular detail about the street front and the street wall and the materials, the fact that there are two towers, all of that. But the overwhelming thing for me is the height and the massing.
I'm again in line with you, Bruce, and I think we can go into some of the granular stuff later tomorrow when we write this.
You need to have some of it. You need to go over it tonight so it's publicly agreed on here, and it gets in the resolution.
There's really only three topics. It's street wall, it's the actual materiality of it, and it's really height / bulk. So I'll say that I do see what they're trying to do with the street wall, but I do think that the height is too much. And I really think what Bruce is saying about the history of denials of this type of proposal on this block should really, stand the test of time. It shouldn't just somehow become a full 180 on what, all these people have done before us, or these commissions. So,
I agree.
Yeah. And I'd also like to say it's not just it's really not that big, it's really not that big of a site. We talk about blocks in the city, and some, blocks are 300 feet by, 300 feet or 900 feet. This is a tiny block. So, in the previous presentation, people had mentioned about it's only, there's only 3 or so of these types of properties around, and in terms of full blocks of space to develop. But I would say that most of those other ones are definitely much, much bigger sites, like the Solo site on the east side or whatever, that are these full blocks where we get these mega buildings. I think this site is too petite in its dimensions. The short dimension, it couldn't even be, I'm sure, 200 feet. I mean, the short dimension on Beekman Street is very short. So I think for that reason, it's hard to digest such a tall kind of bulk of a building.
And somewhere in there, I think please acknowledge that we don't want a parking lot. We said we did, and that I just think there should be something to that effect, that's not who we are, but this is egregious. Okay.
We could reference that.
It should be in there. Right. Also, I have to say this is a little bit different because the application, as Tammy said, is unique. If LPC approves this, then I think we should ask for an explanation from LPC about what is the political aspect of this that caused it to break precedent. And the precedent was very explicit and unambiguous each time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's do we want to opine on the finishes of the street wall? The what is it? The 3-story, 2-story street wall? Do we want to?
No.
It seems so.
Can we get a picture back up just so we all?
Yeah. No, the street wall is like what? 5 feet.
Well, we don't. We also do not know, especially for we do not know how the zoning for coastal flood resiliency will affect any of these.
That's correct.
The renderings are shown.
Yeah, that should be stated as well.
And I would agree with Mark, who spoke about the windows in comparison to the building directly across the street. When you're looking at this particular one, you compare left to right.
So we're talking about the 5-story podium. That's what we're talking about.
No, the street walls have dimensions. So could SOM clarify? Are you doing it at 85 feet? That's what a street wall has, a definition with a number.
Yeah, let me, and so we are not, and so that very intentionally, the existing envelope, while it is at 85 feet, we are below that at 77 feet mid-block, and on the corners, we are at 63 feet.
Okay, and then the real top of the base is at 105 feet.
Correct.
So
after 2 setbacks.
Right, 63, 77, 91. So you're at 7, 8, 9 stories. Thank you.
You can see that.
Yeah, don't take this personal. We're just doing our job. A street wall is about 85 feet, and you're somewhere 10 feet up and down playing, setbacks and zoning. I mean, you're maximum.
Right.
To do.
Can we say something in the resolution about how we heard concern from neighbors of the property about the effects of this kind of big, deep foundation work across the street from buildings that are, some of them from the 18th century? just to make sure that, it's clear that everyone needs to take as much precaution, even off and around these sites, historic buildings that are there, so that they aren't compromised in any way.
We could say that if to our great dismay, this is approved and built, then extraordinary precautions must be taken
To stabilize. Yeah, definitely.
I don't think
I wouldn't put that in there. I don't want it to be built. I wouldn't give it to that. That's something else. You could mention that it would be an issue if it were to be built, that this is one of the concerns as well in our rejection of it. But I wouldn't say if it were to be built, please.
Okay.
Well, the other thing is, this, I think, the Water Street elevations that you see here that they've shown us for the pedestal, God bless you, sort of says it all right then and there, I believe. When you're looking at it.
Yeah. And would you please mention in the resolution, Jason and Bruce, about how many people came and spoke, that the overwhelming majority were against it? There were some for it. Will you put that in the resolution?
All that matters is 6,000 plus.
Yes, thank you. Fine.
Huge. 6,000 people. I don't think we've ever had a resolution at LPC with more than 6,000 people signing.
Can I just raise another issue? Tammy, the other day when we had the scoping session at City Planning, you validly, in my opinion, raised a couple of issues that are very uncertain and we don't know about, such as the coastal zoning that could easily allow these buildings to be 10 to 20 feet higher, we believe.
Yeah, depending if they're wet-proof or dry-proof, yeah.
And then there is also the issue unresolved of what sort of toxins are beneath the surface at this site, which obviously has the parents, in particular and the school children, very upset and nervous. And that information, again, is not going to be forthcoming until sometime in the next year.
I don't know if you're talking about the decontamination.
We want to make an issue that this is premature to even be reviewing at this stage. And they're doing it really just to satisfy the developer who thinks he will get a leg up if he moves it quickly with certain elected officials around.
What's the point, Paul? If LPC is hearing it and they want a recommendation, what is the point? You really think that LPC, I'm sorry, will postpone the application?
I'm not saying we should not review it and talk about it,
Paul,
but we can still put that in the resolution saying that we're disturbed that they are reviewing it.
I don't agree.
No matter what happens on that site, there will be development of some kind. The brownfield cleanup will be completed.
That's right. That's right.
I hear where you're going because this process is rushed, but if Landmarks approves it, it's kind of like the John Street lot. It really doesn't make a difference. It's really about the approval.
It was the person who suggested delay at scoping.
Oh, I completely because I think it's premature to do the environmental impact when you don't know what the actual height of the building's going to be, nor is the cleanup finished to actually understand. So yes, I did, but it wasn't specifically tailored back to Landmarks. It was tailored back to why the heck are we looking at the environmental at this point when we don't have the report back, we don't know how high the building could be, you can't accurately do shade and studies. You can't do studies unless you actually know what you're building there. But, hey, that's just.
I also don't like I understand the excruciating effort they took, the other slide, to try to be contextual with the buildings across the street. But excruciating is the word. There's something effete about the attempt. Can we go to that slide looking down the street? It's absurd. I mean, we have a gigantic megalith, and there's this I don't know how to describe it, this Disney version of what is across the street. Can
you go to slide 21 and 22?
That's the one I meant, though. Anyway.
Yeah, take a look at 21 and 22.
It's the woman who said they never showed us except here the big buildings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that shows context. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It takes me back to my comment from the beginning. It's a congestion because they built out to right to the property line and build it up some 8 or 9 floors, whereas you have townhouses and there's breaks and a variety. This is because it's built out, maximized. Basically, they maximize the envelope. It's just overwhelming and big congestion for those who live here.
It's why those women in the lower right corner are laughing. And now I'm going to say goodnight. Good luck with the resolution.
One more thing, Bruce, if I may. Can the board reaffirm that we strongly feel that this site is in the historic district and not accept the argument it's on the boundary of the historic district?
That's huge.
Yeah. There's nothing as a boundary of a historic, it's like, is it a historic district or not?
But don't we have to take a vote?
Yep. Is there anything else that anybody wants to add? I heard you're in, you're not out. There's no transition zones.
Yeah, all of that. This is going to be a master's thesis rather than a resolution. But let's take a vote. So we're rejecting this for all the reasons stated. I wish there was something nice I could say about it. I mean, it's Chris, it's a worthy effort, Chris. It's just So.
Can I say something? I want to apologize to Chris because I think when I made my comments, this is the angle that I was saying that wasn't present, that you couldn't see. And they, in terms of selective views. Right. And this is one that I was walking the street and I took a picture of, and it's a nice view of what little you can see on the bridge and the sky and stuff that's going to be gone. But anyway,
that's well said.
He did put it in, so I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Francis.
You're welcome.
Okay. Can we vote? I don't know. I don't know how many more things we can add. I mean, obviously, Jason and with maybe Tammy, Bruce, some other people on the board with input, we will craft this into a thesis. But I think we've made all the points about the street wall, the height, the landmarks district, precedent, height, bulk.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a vote.
Can someone from the floor call the question?
I call the question.
Second.
Okay. Bruce?
Yes.
Jason?
Jason, yes.
Mark? Maurice, are you there?
Mark?
I'll text him. See.
Pardon?
Vicki Cameron?
Yes, please.
Susan?
Yes.
Elizabeth?
Lamory, yes.
Vera?
Yes. So late.
Chow?
Probably tucked his kids in bed.
Oh, probably. Okay. Roger. Okay, we just hit form. Okay.
So Vera wasn't here tonight, right?
No, she was here.
Vera was here, Bruce.
I didn't hear any votes from Vera. She voted?
Yes, both times.
Okay, I'm sorry, Vera. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I still
Chris, this is not personal. You did a terrific job defending what we felt was indefensible, but you did a great job at it.
Bruce, I appreciate the comment, and I, it's important to have the dialogue.
Yes.
I would take some solace in knowing that the John Street and the other options got voted for a yes.
Yes, even though I voted no, yes, and it's decent work.
It's lovely work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night.
I'm going to sleep.
Night.
Sleep well.
I assume that means you're adjourning the meeting, Bruce?
I am, but you can stay.
Like, Tommy, we have to make this first on the agenda so we can get through it.
Tommy, can I ask 2 things? First of all, I wanted to thank Tommy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Bruce.
Thank you, Tommy and Bruce and Jason, for coordinating this. I know it was no easy task, and I appreciate it, and we all do. So thanks for your commitment to the community. But I guess one quick question. Tomorrow night, can you just tell us what the plan is, just so we know from our side, just what is the plan?
That's all. Who is speaking? I can't tell.
It is. Hold on. So, Saul,
okay.
What happens is this was our committee vote. It goes to the full board for ratification tomorrow.
Right.
And then from there, it goes to LPC and all the city agencies.
Oh, that I know. I'm just saying, I had heard that mixed message about whether there's going to be people that are going to speak or not tomorrow night about this again.
So we have a public session in the beginning of the meeting where we allow people 2 minutes if they would like to speak as part of the public session before we go into the business portion of the meeting. There is no dialogue like it is this evening where people got to go back and forth and say stuff. It's 2 minutes at the very beginning of the meeting. All of our electeds come. They get 4 to 5 minutes. But it's only... It better not be. It's only a full hour for public session. So community committee meetings is where we, read questions from the Q&A. We have a dialogue.
I've been there, but I just wanted to make sure. So it's an hour for public comment is what you're saying tomorrow.
I'm going to say 45 minutes because I already know several electeds that are coming.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you, Saul.
Thank you, guys.
Chris.
Thank you, Saul and
Thank
Chris.
you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Oh, too late.
Yeah, I think he's off.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.